everyone. Welcome to another episode of Critical Critique. We're back again.
Yeah, we're back.
Are we feeling political today, Ali? Are we
I
feeling?
guess we are. I'm not sure. I'll have you know that I had to finagle some family obligation and obligations and move it around to prevent us from being off YouTube for like a
Oh,
month.
oh no.
So I had to move this date over here and do this instead and over there and call up, hey, mommy, can I come today instead of the weekend in 2 weeks? So, and I'm not saying because of this YouTube, because that's a stupid reason to to ask that of your family visit and whatnot. But yeah, that's how I managed to be here while I'm still working this shift work, which won't be long,
Lovely.
people. Won't be for long because, as you know, as Ritsu knows, I'll be jobless very soon.
Yeah, we will be having jobless behavior. It will be happening.
I am currently
Will be.
engaging in job-seeking behavior, like
Yeah.
going to the interview, and I had an interview. Was it Thursday, if I'm saying it correctly, English? Um, and unfortunately, Naretsu, it appears that I'm way overqualified for that job.
I think that shit's fucking insane. I heard about that from like Americans talk about it, where it's like they don't want to hire people for like certain jobs because they're like overqualified. And I kind of get part of the reason,
Mm-hmm.
because part of the reason is they don't think you're going to stick around
Yes,
because you're
what.
overqualified. You're gonna run off, right? You're gonna run into the night one day and go find a better job immediately,
Yeah,
right?
because it is
So
annoying to have to train a person and then they after the training is done or training costs man hours because that person who is training you is not doing the job that they were doing before. So it costs time and money to train somebody, and if they disappear within a year after you hire them because they got a job at their level elsewhere and higher pay presumably, then it's a waste of effort and time. But I made my case for it. Like, no, I mean it's true. I'm way overqualified. You're right, but give me kind of a path to a higher position relatively soon, and I'll be totally fine. I promise I'll stay. Kind of.
yeah,
And
yeah.
no,
Please,
no,
please. I
I'm
need job.
I'm fine with doing some simple work if I get the prospects to etc. etc. And and whatnot. So maybe I'll get hired anyway, and I'll do some
Yeah, hopefully.
boring
We'll
job.
see.
But this is not the only job that I have in sight. I've been in.
See, the issue is, right. The issue is that they're looking for someone for the boring job, not someone
Mm-hmm.
that they could push up the ladder. Like they want Pacific. That's probably why they're saying you're overqualified. Is because they just want some fucking rando off the street, a slave. They need a wage slave, right? That they could stick in
Maybe
that position
we
that they
had
don't want to do anything with. So,
we had a fun
but
conversation and it lasted was longer than was scheduled for, so it was all fine and well understood, and yeah, you're right, no, you're right, yeah, that's true, etc, etc. So we had a pleasant, communicative, clear conversation, and maybe they'll value me being a clear communicator over me being a slightly overqualified in that. But in next week I have another interview with a job that seems to be more on my level, and it's also closer. It's like in the same city that I'm in. Well, this job is this job where the interview was, or where the job is in Amsterdam, and that's kind of it's a bit of travel. I mean, it's not too far. It's like a bus trip away, but still like an hour and a half by public transportation, half an hour by car.
right.
Well, this job is where I'm going to do interview like in 4 days, start in the early week. It's in this city, so it will be like 15 minutes on bike. So that's all. That's my adventures as an almost jobless.
Yeah, yeah. Well, hopefully it'll soon to be not so jobless behavior.
It will be fine. We got our our great socialist empire of the Netherlands with its job was it, how do you call it, benefits something.
Yeah, you're on the dole. Yeah, you're
Yeah, doll,
on the
and
benefits.
I get in English a severance package, so I get some money from that. Also, I got
Yeah, guys, we don't have to worry about Ellie. Ellie's fine.
no, I'm like fine for at least for a half year or so
Yeah.
before I have to actually panic and go, oh, can I maybe apply for in construction? Maybe actually, probably plenty of jobs there, but
Get in the wage cage.
yeah.
Get in the wage.
But in the meantime, I've hit my target weight at my weight loss journey. I've realized that I can do 100 squats right now. So and also I bought a new pair of pants to be fancy for the job interview. Oh, Nursu, the brand is New Zealand Auckland.
Hey!
So you better carry me to my new job than that New Zealand.
Yeah,
fabric.
Buy that Kiwi. Sweet New Zealand fabric. Yeah, we know what we're doing.
But I got the pants in my size, but Retsu, it's a little bit tight around the thighs. So I might, my waist might be nice and thin, but my thighs are massive. They're not made for the New Zealand. The New Zealand fabric is not made for the.
Gotta get that leg. Yeah, gotta get that leg day going.
No, I'm overdone. My daily biking and now squatting at the same time is like. I'm not going to say I'm Chun-Li or can break watermelons in my thighs, but might as well for the pants because they're a little bit tight, even though they're my size. But I'm now at my target weight. I'm going, all right, maybe I'll go for 70 kilos, but I'm healthy already. I'm already at a healthy weight, so maybe I should go for the actual muscle, actual fit, fitness fit instead of just being healthy. I don't know. I'm kind of,
Yeah.
I'll still go for like the 70 kilos because I can, because I'm in the habit of losing weight now, so why not get to a even healthier weight, which is further away from overweight or underweight.
Yeah. So I haven't really been doing anything as usual. Nothing too exciting been happening down in my neck of the woods.
It's New Zealand after all.
It is New Zealand after all. But there has been, there's been exciting stuff online though. Suddenly everything's political again. We're all back on, because I tell you, fucking like 3 of these videos popped up at the exact same fucking time.
I have an idea why, Naretsu.
It's because Hassan, that's why.
No.
No, it is. No, it is.
Well, from this is the timeline I saw, right? You got all these Gen Z protests in Southeast Asia, right?
Right.
Have you heard of them?
Yeah, no, yeah, and there was like the whole, what was it, Tibet or whatever, had like a
and I mean, maybe not Laos, but like the Vietnam area and Cambodia and Philippines and those places, Nepal. No, that's in Italy. Never mind. With their election via Discord and how whatever that happened. But one of the symbols they used is the One Piece flag thing with the skull, the One Piece skull. So, and that brings up the question: are they actually taking some moral lesson from the One Piece? And then there were some articles in newspapers, some news reports, etc., etc. And I think these videos all kind of happened when when the One Piece has influenced
That was,
protests.
I believe that was like, I could believe that that's part of it, but I do think that Hassan going on Trash Taste and talking about the politics of One Piece also had something to do, because that was like a big thing for a bit. And then, of course, it is interesting how the time frame, yeah, because that happened like a few months ago, right? And I think the Tibetan thing happened, what, like a few months ago too, didn't it? Like, at least a couple of months ago. And so then everything suddenly fucking comes out now, right? And it's like, yeah, because Mother's Basement had one. This guy that we covered had one, and there was one other one that I think someone tried to link me, but I didn't really look at that one. But
No,
pretty much there was just fucking just fucking out of nowhere. You have 3 videos or 4 videos. They're just all on the same exact topic coming out at the exact same time, and I'm just sitting here being like, this seems a bit on the coordinated
So
side.
Naretsu,
Just a
I know
tad.
you hate this, but I
Oh
didn't
yeah.
know that Hassan was on Trash Taste.
How do you not know these things,
I
Aldi?
am
No,
not on
seriously.
Twitter. I'm not looking at whatever
You
Trash
need to
Taste
fucking
does.
get fucking hooked in with the IV. We need to hook you up to the Twitter drama IV, because swear to God, it makes it difficult to talk about things. God damn it, Aldi.
No,
But no,
so I think it clarifies a little bit, Retsu. I think the protests happened. The protests grabbed the One Piece flag for whatever reason. I haven't read those newspaper
well, the
articles about
protests
it.
happened after the Hassan thing,
Really?
so it
Because
was
I think
after
that
that.
happened
Yeah,
before.
no, I'm pretty sure that happened after, because the Hassan thing was quite a while ago. To be fair,
But these
it was
protests have been
it
going
was a
on
bit
for a
ago.
while also.
Well, I don't know. I don't give enough of a shit to, to figure out the exact timeline.
Because
All I know is it's interesting how they all come out at the same time. And out of because the Mother's Basement one, we were thinking about that one. It's still in the queue. We might come back to it maybe if we feel like doing Mother's Basement. But we already covered Mother's Basement recently. And from what I gathered from people talking about it to me on Twitter, it's literally just him explaining the plot of One Piece and trying to be like, oh, look, guys, Hassan. He actually does talk about Hassan in that video, and which is why I think it's more Hassan and less the protests, right? Because he's directly talking about Hassan, right?
in one
And
in
sucking his
the
cock.
Mother's Basement, you mean?
Yeah, in the Mother's Basement one,
All
yeah.
right.
Like, he's directly talking about Hassan and being like, Hassan was on Trash Days, that he's so cool. I like my dog abuser, senpai. my king who shocks his dog so it stays in place for 4 hours on a live stream. Like, yeah. Um again, it's all fascinating how, like, these dramas all kind of interchange with each other. I can, like, before we move on, right, I can tell you about the most recent Hassan thing that was actually more funny than anything. So in New York, they had like the mayoral elections, and they elected some socialist guy or whatever, some fucking crazy, insane person who wants to do some dumb shit that's probably gonna destroy the city. But what? Who cares, right? So they had like an after party for the election, right? And
Yeah.
Hassan goes to this after party, and he gets refused entry to the top level of the after party. He has to be on the bottom floor with the plebs. He's not a Mr. Big Socialist streamer Hassan, the biggest streamer on Twitch, is not allowed in the higher echelons of the
that is not
the elites.
surprising.
No, well, no, it's not surprising. It's just funny.
Hmm.
It's just funny that the big, he did so much, like, fucking, he probably shielded this guy, right? The socialist man, did all this stuff, and then he just fucking, it's like, the doorman's like, you're not on the list. You're not allowed on the top. You're not going to get to rub shoulders with the big wigs, the elites, the socialist elites. Get back down on that bottom floor, you pleb.
I would assume that Hassan is just not a factor. It wasn't needed because
I think it's less that and more they want to distance themselves from him.
Maybe, but it can be both.
Because Hassan is very controversial, so it's kind of like...
It can be both, right? He can be controversial and not needed, because, it looks like that, what's his name again? Madani. His name's
Madani or something, yeah.
Madani seems quite popular enough on his own. He doesn't need a streamer.
No, it's just funny that he got rejected. That's why. Just imagining, because there's footage of it, but I'm just imagining, how you have a doorman at a club. He's just like, you're not on the list. Fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, but
it's funny.
It is very weird. If you invite streamers to your political gatherings, it is already very weird.
Well, no, because these days, that's how you get fucking advertised now. Big streamers are probably on the same level of influence of major TV shit. But especially as the older generation starts to become less relevant.
Well,
right?
Call me older generation then. I think it's still weird.
Yeah, but the problem is you're not hooked into these things.
That's
you are
true.
you are the equivalent of the fucking boomer who sits at home on his analog television watching CNN all day, right?
It reminds me, I saw a British program with this. It was a social deduction game, the Retsu. It wasn't quite Among Us, but there were the faithful and the
British Among Us,
yeah, in a castle, and they have to do challenges and tasks for the owner of the castle. That's the setting, and one by one, the people in the castle were killed by the traitors. And whatnot, and the faithful have to
Ellie,
figure out.
What is the political message? What is the political message of this game show?
It's about trust and betrayal. That's the message.
But is that a political message? Is that supporting the Democrats? Is that?
I don't think the BBC is very
message?
concerned about Democrats.
But everything is political, Ellie. It has to have a political message.
That doesn't mean everything has to be American.
It has to relate. It does. You don't understand. Don't worry, guys. Ellie's going to find out in a minute.
Retsu's going to regale all his Twitter fights to me.
No. We're gonna watch the fucking video, and you're gonna find out because again, I've pre-watched. I pre-watched up to the Full Metal Alchemist section and stopped at the end of that because I was like, yeah, we gotta cover this. We gotta cover this. This is so bad. This is the worst fucking video about this topic. It could be worse than Mother's Basement. Straight up. It's gonna be great.
I have to. So I've kept Bonsai Pop. I think we are. I have the channel subscribed, right? But
I don't know. I don't know anything about the man. I did have a quick look at his channel.
Bonsai Pop is I've seen the often enough. It's like a very generic. It's not Mother's Basement.
I'm looking at his channel, and I'm seeing a lot of. I mean, his thumbnail style is very Mother's Basement, and he's got the toxic truth of Apothecary Diaries, the hidden message we need in My Dress Up Darling. Anime trash has peaked. The 2024 Anime Awards, right? Yeah, he's very. Get the same vibe as the Basement Man. It definitely
it's a very uninteresting essay channel. That's kind of the.
Well, this one is interesting though. This one is very interesting. So I'll let you switch over the stream, and
we got no Senmuts though.
No one's in the chat today. Very surprising.
That's what you have. What happens when you're not on for 1 week?
Yeah, this is what happens when we talk about politics. Everyone fucks off.
This happens when you're 1 week away from YouTube.
Everyone thinks we're dead. Yeah. So
that happens.
Yeah, so I don't know about this guy. I haven't watched any of his stuff.
I
was
watched
my
some stuff to
introduction
see
to
if
the
it
man.
was good to watch as on the channel, but
Yeah, this is my
nothing-
introduction to the man. Needless to say, it's not a very good first impression. Needless to say, not particularly great. Let's just say that. So keep politics out of anime is the title, right? So that's his title statement, which is an interesting title, but it'll make sense as we kind of get into the intro what sort of the video is gonna be. But before we do that, I do have to get my drink going. So, yeah. That's good. So Ellie, do we need to keep politics out of anime? Do we need to keep the politics out of anime? Is anime too political? Have this like maybe he's trying to do like a Schrodinger's douchebag, where it's like when you criticize him for a point, he can just go, "Oh, that was just meant to be a joke," right? Like if he doesn't get pushback to a point, he can be like, "Oh yeah, that was my serious, actual for realsy point." But then when he gets pushback, he can go, "Oh, why are you so mad? It was just I was just being a joker, right? I was just being a memer, right? I was having a meme, right?" And it's silly. Like just own your fucking stance, bro. Like just own it, right? It's silly.
But not all. Not all. I, of course, know this firsthand because I not only talk about anime to hundreds of thousands of people a month, but they can and do say anything they want to me. You won't see all of it.
I was going to say that I got another comment on my terrible writing video.
Oh yeah.
you
yeah?
don't
you got
get
some
it.
Fan mail.
You don't get it. It is meant to be ironic.
So good.
I mean, I don't.
But
at
anyway.
this point, I will forever hold my stance that he's being disingenuous, being flip floppy, and
look,
oh no, I was joking, just joking, kind of deal.
Yeah, well, that was literally what I was talking about. Was Schrodinger's just he's doing a Schrodinger's just douchebag, right? Where it's like, oh, my points are all super serious until I get pushback. But anywho, back to my man here. Like, again, who gives a fuck? I mean, look, we love our chatters, even though they're not here, right?
Yeah.
We love our chatters. We love Samu. We love our boys, right? And but at the same time, like random comments on the internet are not like it's like whatever.
Stuff gets filtered out thanks to a keyword blocker.
All right, this is calling out Naretsu. If at Knockgun is saying 13 days ago, JP is being ironic. This is about a cliche and the common isekai tropes that oversaturated the genre. Not everything else in general. Alright, Knockgun, can you tell me which tropes he's seeing being criticized and when? Can you clearly delineate? I think not. You've been called.
I think not.
You've been called out.
Oh my god. So he's talking now about how he like word filters his comments or whatever, and it's like, look, weird thing to brag about, right? Like, hey, yeah, I have a word filter on my comment section. I'm so cool. It's like, it's a weird thing to be like advertised, right? Like, oh no, I filter the slurs out of my comment section. I'm so cool
that's a very standard thing to do. I think YouTube just does it itself.
Yeah, YouTube does it like half automatically, even if you don't want it to, right? I guess he just goes out of his way to do it or something, and it's a weird flex. It's a weird flex. I'm not really sure about that one.
You don't have to read slurs when you're trying to talk about how much you like the most recent season of Dandadan. I know. I'm personally killing free speech because I am a hypocritical authoritarian who hates the First Amendment. What can I say? But you see...
Haha, sarcasm, Al. Did you get it? He's being sarcastic. Is it funny? Isn't it funny when he's being sarcastic? You know, it's just, he's a
This is
authoritarian
still
dictator.
not related to any arguments that he still is going to have to make, because what is...
Who cares about your fucking comment section, dude? Like, fucking get over it. Like, people say dumb shit in your comments. Like, people say dumb shit everywhere. Have you fucking been on Twitter? Right? I know Ellie hasn't been on Twitter, but I'm on Twitter. People say dumb shit all the fucking time. Like, who cares? Who fucking actually gives a shit? Like, okay, you filter out slurs in your fucking, like, YouTube comments, and you're like, oh, yeah. I don't know, again, why is that a thing to, like, make a joke around being an authoritarian or whatever? Like, it's your comment section. You can do whatever the fuck you want, right? Who cares?
My bad habit, my guilty pleasure, I guess, is watching people getting arrested at airports, and and then people are drunk or angry or whatever, and then the person on the counter says, "You're not going to fly with whatever company it is," and then, "No, I paid. You can't do that." And yes, they can, because they are private business and they can refuse any customer. No, that's against...
the people on Twitter that were sending me this, right, were like going on about how, like, oh, him censoring the comments or whatever is like a big deal. Like, I don't actually think it's I don't care. I really don't fucking care about, you know, like, I don't think it's a free speech argument in this case, right? Like, it's a so what? Who fucking cares?
It's
right?
It's a discrimination of some kind, because you're drunk, or because you're angry, or because it's the discrimination with the crime aspect to it.
I just think it's a silly.
It's not free speech. It's I'm discriminating against you because you're drunk, and we don't allow drunk people on the plane.
Well, and even then, it's like, again, my issue isn't like, oh, he's killing the free speech or whatever, because, like, no, he's not, right? My issue is, like, why would you brag about that? Why is that something to be like, yeah, my comment section has no slurs in it, I'm so cool. Oh, all these people think that because I censor my comments that I'm authoritarian. I'll joke about it in a sarcastic manner. It's fucking... It's lame. It's fucking lame, dude. It makes you look like a pussy.
I'm going to harp on it. It's still not. We are 5 minutes in. I expect an argument being made at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, let's get on. Let's get on with what's his job description. Let's see. What does he describe his job as?
It is my job to watch cartoons, to think about them, and then write about those thoughts. Break it down, if you will. Find patterns and themes, character motivations, context, subtleties. It's called analysis.
So, I'm going to steal a point from our boys of the Weeb crew over on
Go
Twitter.
ahead.
I'm going to steal it. Ellie, I'm going to ask you a question. What's missing from this equation? There's something missing here. I want you to think nice and hard about it. So what do we got? We got watching cartoons, right? Okay, yeah. Thinking about them. Writing down the thoughts about them. Yep. Breaking them down. Yep. Okay. Finding patterns and themes. Yeah. Okay. Character motivations. Yep. Context and stuff. Yep. Okay. What's the missing element?
Any kind of research of any
kind? Da. We have a winner.
Hey.
You got it right. Fusco, Ellie. Congratulations. That was Weeb Crew's point. They made a point specifically about this, where they were like, you know, if you're going to be doing, like, a actual analysis of something, you might want to research the thing that you're analyzing, right? Like, for instance, like, it's like I was saying before with Fullmetal Alchemist, right? Like, yeah, you could, like, watch Fullmetal Alchemist and give, like, a here's how Fullmetal Alchemist made me feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you are actually trying to make a proper political analysis of Fullmetal Alchemist, you should, at the very least, maybe do some research into the politics of the author, you know, what they specifically said about the politics in the work, how they, like, you know, talk about it, right? Because then you can also contrast it, right? You can say, oh, well, the author said that they wanted it to be like this, but they fucked up and it actually came out like this, right?
Yeah.
There's something you can actually do there.
Or, I mean, maybe this will fall under find patterns, but it's, not very well defined. That, hey, those uniforms are very uniform. Hey, let's look at that Hugo Boss fashion brand that some people had. Do they look somewhat
back
similar?
in 1940s Germany, they had this trend. And
sure, maybe let's see if those uniforms look a little bit the same.
But again, that requires a bit of research, right? It requires a bit of looking into things, right? Looking them up, right? Doing a bit of stuff. He's missed out a very important key here. It's good to know what you're talking about so that you don't make an ass of yourself, right? That's it's kind of important. But anywho, let's continue.
But you know that. You do. But maybe not that other guy. You see, analysis is important because taking things at face value is dangerous. For instance, I look you in the eyes and say, don't worry, you're totally safe with me. Which sounds nice, but I've got a gun to your head and I'm clearly on lots and lots of drugs and my hands are shaky. I can't control my hand.
This is so funny. This is peak humor.
And unrelated to any dumb argument of politics, whatever.
Yeah, this is so stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Like, I'm sorry, just like, what is the point that he's trying to make here, right? He's trying to be like, look, analysis is important. Yeah. Research is also important, my man. It's a good idea to like look into things, my man. Like, fuck, how much research goes into, again, to use Joe, right? Like, how much research does Joe do when he's making videos, right? Like, he's fucking reading. He's going out and actually interviewing people and reading like fucking academic literature on anime and coming up with fucking interesting shit based on that to talk about.
I'll spoil something from Joe because I have met Joe. No, I'm going to stop that. It's a stupid joke.
Yeah. You've run it.
But he was making a video about Akihabara.
Yeah.
And he ran into a problem, Naretsu. And that was that nobody wanted to talk to a fucking YouTuber about official stuff.
Yeah.
So how hard he tried, he just couldn't get the people to answer the questions, talk about the things, about the property management and the IP things and the contract of blah blah and the development of this and all these some rather official thingy going ons. He couldn't get a single statement anywhere. Yeah. So he would have is kind of hearsay. So
research is hard. Research is hard.
And last that I heard of it was that he was basically going to scrap the video, the concept of it, because he just couldn't get a single statement anywhere. He couldn't get any information out of it. He might have been able to if he was affiliated with some company, with some news agency or something. But as a YouTuber, he has no.
Then again, I would argue that entire experience is interesting enough on its own to probably make a video about, right? Like, just to be like, hey, I tried.
It's not
this
about...
video. This is a video. This is a video that can't exist, right? And then just present like the journey of like, hey, I tried to like talk to all these people, but I couldn't. Like, even if it was a short video, right? Like, I actually feel like that would be interesting to kind of highlight the problem, because again, that highlights the problem, right? That highlights the issue and why it's so hard to get good content, because the research is difficult, right? To get actual statements, right? So again, I'm not saying like it's as easy as just do research, right? But what I am saying is like, I don't think this guy's doing any fucking research, right? Like, I don't think this man is doing anything, and he's so preoccupied with being a my funny man. I'm talking about a serious topic that I'm taking for realsies, but I'm gonna do a funny, right? I'm gonna do a funny, and sometimes you can do a funny, right? Sometimes it's okay to do a funny, but like I think he's leaning a bit too hard into it. He's leaning a bit too hard into the funny funs. So anywho, let's go.
If you were to at face value, you would mistakenly feel very safe. But if you were to analyze the situation, you'd realize that you were in terrible, terrible danger. See, analysis is important.
All right, I'm going to be guilty of this for once. I'll be guilty of this for right now. This is empty. This is nothing. This is obvious. This is not teaching me anything. Yeah. Teach me about how, hey, see this? This looks like this. That's interesting. Could there be more behind this? Maybe, maybe not. Let's find out. La 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 la. And then you do something. But now we're only 6 minutes in.
We are 5
video.
minutes in. We're 6 minutes
because 6. Well, there was an ad thing also. 5 minutes.
Well, it count on my thing. It tells me that the video is 28 minutes without the ad. So, so yeah, we're at 5:56. So,
point is, he's just dragging and being funny and not doing anything. He's wasting time.
Yeah, it's weird because it's not even like preaching to the choir, right? Like he's not even like, again, like who is he making this for? Is he trying to convince the chuds, or is he just preaching to people that already agree with him, right? Like what is this video actually for? Because this whole like diatribe about, oh, analysis is really important. And it's like, yeah, no shit. No fucking shit. Of course it's fucking important, you dumbass. Who's actually saying that it's not? It's like he's going after a straw man, right? He's constructed a straw man of his critics in his head, and he's like trying to like attack this like weird idea. But it's like, no, it's not what's happening, my man. That's not what's happening. But anyway, let's continue.
Yeah.
Vital even. Now, one can argue that analyzing anime isn't that important, and they'd pretty much be right. But it's not about what you're analyzing. It's that you are analyzing. Because
Well, hold on a minute. I know, now I'm doing it, right? Now, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I don't like this, like, self-deprecation type shit, where it's like, well, I mean, you know, anime analysis is not actually that important, right, Ellie? Like, it's not actually that important. It's not like it's important enough for you to make a fucking 30-minute video about it. All right? No, you don't get to do that shit. I'm sorry, that's dumb. You don't get to be like, oh no, you know, haha, anime analysis is like lowbrow, you know, nobody actually cares, it's just silly, dumb, haha, fun. You know, all that, you know, dumb shit, right? It's not worth, you know, your time. He says in a 30-minute video about fucking politics and anime. Like, fuck off. Don't, like, again, it's like you said, he's wasting the viewer's time, right? He's wasting people's time, and he's trying to be funny about it. You know? Like, fuck off, bro.
Analysis is a muscle. In order to use it well, you got to work it out regularly, which means not hearing something and screaming out the first thing that comes to your head on the internet. That's called being reactionary and...
Oh, big boo. I used the funny socialist words. Ooh.
Trending Estonia and whatever.
Oh yeah, trending. What's happening in Estonia? Yeah.
I don't know.
Punjab. Politics. What the fuck is a Punjab? Anyway,
no idea.
Generally leads to you having to delete your Twitter every time you apply for a new job. So I mean, if you watch anime all slack-jawed and drooly, it'd make sense not to think the vast majority of them have something to say. You just looked at the pretty pictures and or big boobies and or violence and left going, that was cool. And I get it. I've been blackout drunk before, but having that mentality while sober 24/7 is actually pretty impressive. Good on you.
Again, he doesn't seem to get that it really hurts his point when he does this, like, jumping between seriousness and not seriousness.
I mean,
on, like, the flip of a dime.
This is funny, haha, I'm being, you know, ironic thing. But
he's hiding behind the irony. It's so annoying.
It's not even, I don't really feel this is even hiding. It's just, alright, you've made this type of joke. You've done this like 5 times already. Get to the point. I
Get
don't
some new fucking material.
Yeah.
Get some new fucking material, bro.
Irony joke. Oh no.
Because he's talking about, like, you know, people just switching their brains off and watching anime, right? Like, I get my stance on it is like I don't actually think people do that, right? I think, again, my issue is that what's happening is people are watching anime. They're probably like, think of it this way: people are like processing the political shit on like a side process, right? It's not the main thing they're processing when they're watching the anime, right? They've probably got that in the background as like a background process on a computer, right? Like they again, you're not smart. Everyone knows, right? People are actually picking up on these messages and they are actually like engaging with the media. They just get really fucking annoyed when a condescending prick with a star hat comes to them and goes, "Oh, well, actually, did you know that big booby anime you're watching is actually about socialism and why you should vote for Mondani," right? Like, that's what people have a problem with. That's what annoys the shit out of people. It's not like, you know, if you wanted to actually do an analysis of that show and be like, and actually like make a cohesive argument about why it's political, then you could probably, you know, fun. Yeah, it's fun. Have a fun time. You do that. It's great. Good on you. Congratulations, right? It's just people find the condescension annoying. You know, because they already fucking know. They know that stuff, like, you know, to use a non-anime example, you know, The Boys, right? That TV show from Amazon or whatever. Yeah, that show is like political and it's like making fun of the chuds and the conservatives or whatever the fuck, because the people that make it are retards or something, right? Or whatever. Like, yeah, people know that. They get that. But they can still enjoy the fucking show even if it's making fun of them, right? Like, it kind of reminds me, you know, I know you're going to say that you don't know about this, but you know the JD Vance memes? Of JD Vance being like a fat fuck? And
Yeah,
like
the
AI
Photoshop
JD Vance.
things, right? The
Photoshop things. Like, you know about those, right? Like, he's like completely like adopted the meme. Like, he dressed up like that for Halloween. He dressed up as the meme for Halloween. And he loves the memes. He thinks they're great. Right? Like, yeah, the meme is like a left-wing meme making fun of him for looking silly, right? Or you know, trying to make fun of him. But he doesn't, like, you know, he doesn't take it seriously, right? You know, but people like this would be like, "Oh, don't you understand, JD Vance? We're making fun of you. We're calling you a fat fuck. You making fun of how you look, right?" Again, it's that's the thing that people find annoying. It's so frustrating. God.
I'm just more frustrated that there's still not a single argument being made, and we are approaching a third of the video.
Yeah. So anywho, we're about to get into the Full Metal Alchemist part that fucking destroyed me. So buckle up.
But again, not unless it's healthy now. It's hard to say. I'm going to have to consult the brainworm. But imagine someone said to you, "We're going to get rid of all the illegals." At face value, that sounds great, because illegal means bad. And getting rid of bad things means that it can only good happen. And anyone can be illegal, so it's definitely not racist either. Win-win. But if you watched Full Metal Alchemist, for instance, you saw what happens when one nation tries to get rid of an outgroup. In that story, you met Ishvalans and formed an emotional bond with their plight, which is called empathy. But you see, the Ishvalans were something called a stand-in. It's a literary technique used to elicit, say it with me, critical thinking, which is fancy boy talk for basic analysis. You see, when you witness the violence and horror the nationalist imperialist military government brought down on the Ishvalans for simply trying to exist, it's supposed to teach a lesson. And the lesson is, that's bad. You shouldn't do it. And you shouldn't sit back when your government does it or cheer on the people who do it in your name with your tax dollars. But feeling that way in real life requires empathy. It requires you to universally see humans as humans. But it's 2025. Remember, politics are over. We beat politics. Everything is good and cool and based. So shut up. But you know, maybe that's all a little too complicated, even though it's coming from a shonen, which is arguably the most basic and casual of anime genres. I mean, what even is a genocide? Sounds like leftist propaganda. And what even is propaganda? Sounds like leftist words. And I hate leftist words, I'm told. So let's simplify then, because thinking is for AI. Instead of highbrow elitist anime like Full Metal Alchemist, let's talk about the work.
Okay.
I'm getting very tired.
I have a lot to say. I have a lot to fucking say about that. All right. First off, this guy's retarded. This guy is actually retarded. If he watched Full Metal Alchemist and he watched, and specifically the stuff about the Ishvalan Civil War, and he came to the conclusion that that is the same as ICE deporting illegals. Absolute fucking brain rot insanity, right? Because first off, the Ishvalan Civil War is more analogous to the Middle East and the Iraq War, right? Because the whole backstory, because the whole backstory of the Ishvalan Civil War was that there was a false flag terrorist attack in which the bad guys of the show, right, controlled a soldier and used that soldier to shoot a kid, right, in broad daylight. Like, the soldier just domes this kid with a handgun, right? And that causes the Ishvalans to start revolting, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Ishvalans were already not happy about, like, the military being in the country and doing stuff, right? And being, whatever. But that incident, that false flag incident, right, was what sparked the entire fucking war, right? Because they started revolting, and then the military's response to them revolting was to commit the genocide, or at least the attempted genocide, right?
Yeah.
So, to say that that is the same as Trump's America and the deportation of illegal immigrants is fucking insane. It is peak leftist brainworms. It is so fucking out there. And what annoys me about it is there is a lot you can say, again, about the Ishvalan Civil War and its relation to events like 9/11 and the War on Terror, and how, America went into this country that they really shouldn't have gone into and just started fucking up the place, right?
Mm-hmm.
With, there is a lot that you can, like, actually analyze within Full Metal Alchemist politically and how that relates to it. But he picked the most laziest, dumb fucking example he could have possibly used to make his point. And what makes it even worse is he's going on about, oh, well, I mean, you have to have a large amount of empathy to understand the message of Full Metal Alchemist telling you that genocide is bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, just fuck off. Fuck off, you fuckwit. So dumb.
There was a pathway, Retsu. There was a pathway between illegals and deporting all illegals because it's topical for the video. But maybe if the country that's right next door is destroyed, completely destroyed, is it morally wrong for them to go to a place where things aren't destroyed?
Okay, so
for those illegals, are they wrong?
So the issue is that the allegory doesn't work, because the only way you could have this allegory work would be if Trump wasn't just deporting the illegals, he was invading Mexico to kill the problem at the source. Right? That's the only way the analogy can work, because that's what actually happens in Full Metal Alchemist. It's not a situation of, oh, the Ishvalans are, like, in an impoverished country and they are, like, immigrating to the fucking whatever. I can't even remember what the name of the country was, right? Yeah, but, like, they're moving to the other country for a better life and then they're getting deported, right? Like, that doesn't actually happen, because what happens is, no, the army came in first, right? The army comes in first and is like, hey, we're, like, taking over your country, suck it up, right? We're gonna like control your country. And then again, a false flag terrorist attack happens, or, like, a false flag, incident, I should say, not because it wasn't really a terrorist attack. It was a soldier shooting a kid in the face, right? Like, a false flag attack happens, and that causes the Isvalans to justifiably rise up, because that was the point, right? The whole point was to spark a civil war, because the big bads needed the bloodshed for their, alchemical fucking, thing to happen, right? They needed to cause a, massive bloodshed so they could harvest the souls or whatever, right? Like, or something like that. Like, again, it's been a long time since I watched Fullmetal Alchemist, but I at least remember enough about it, right? I remember enough about it to know that this guy is full of shit, right? Because here's the thing, right? Whatever argument you have about the situation with deporting illegal immigrants in America, pro, against, right? Whatever. That is irrelevant. That is completely irrelevant to the point that he's making, right? Because he's trying to make this argument that Fullmetal Alchemist is about Trump's America and about this deportation shit. And it's not, it doesn't work. And again, I'll let you go, but the part that annoys me more is that you could have had an excellent point here if you had just used a better example. If you had just fucking done like a modicum of research, right? And talked about the Iraq War, right? Talked about Afghanistan, talked about, America getting into the Middle East, right? Because that is
or because he kind
of the whole fucking point of the America. What was the tag? Sorry, I know I'm ranting, but just let me finish, right? Like, because the whole fucking tagline about America getting into fucking the Middle East was, oh, we're going to spread democracy, right? We're going to force democracy on these people, right? We're going to come in and it's all going to be great, right? We're going to take over these countries in a sense, right? And we're going to impose democracy on people that don't actually want it, right? They don't actually give a shit about it, right? It's all going to be hunky-dory. And guess what? It was a fucking disaster, right? It was a fucking massive money sink failure for America, right?
And the rest of the world again, also.
Yeah, and the rest of the world. And he could have talked about that. He could have talked about how the same thing happens in Full Metal, where the Isvalan Civil War ends up causing all of these fucking problems for the country, right? And all of these fucking issues that happen in Fullmetal Alchemist around the fact that the Civil War fucking happened, right? And the fact that it was an absolute fucking nightmare, right? But he doesn't get into any of that. And then he has the fucking nerve to be like, oh, well, this is just too complicated for your puny little minds, right? I'm going to move on to something a bit more simple. Like, dude, you don't even fucking understand the fucking show you're talking about. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
So, but he does kind of weirdly, I guess it's a better analogy. It kind of transitions to, Israel genocide. Mostly.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't even bring that up. Like, he keeps it on the illegal thing the whole way through. He doesn't even bring up the Israel genocide. Hell, the Israel genocide thing would have actually also been a better example.
Israel soldiers on Palestinian ground for the entire time, shooting kids every now and again.
The occupation of the West Bank and all that kind of shit.
And the Palestinians throw one rock back and Israel shoots 10 rockets
again, there's a discussion to be had, right? There's a discussion to be had, and there is interesting analysis that you could have done with this issue. With Fullmetal Alchemist in this issue, but he doesn't. He chooses the worst fucking example he could have possibly used because it's not analogous at all. It's just not. Like, I'm sorry, but deporting illegal immigrants is not the same as a genocide. Like, I understand that a lot of leftists think it is, right? They think that, that there is a genocide happening when they're deporting the Mexicans or whatever, but that's not that's not the case. All right? In reality, that is not what's happening. And you can still disagree with it. You can still say, I don't think these illegals should be, removed from the country if they've been there for a decade and they pay taxes and they're hardworking, actual members of the society, right?
When they were 2 years old.
Yeah, you can have debates and arguments about the issue, right? That's the thing. But my whole thing is just it is not the same. It is just not. It is a really bad example to try and pin on the Fullmetal Alchemist example of politics. It is not like, the Full Metal Alchemist message is definitely like, genocide bad, military occupation bad, getting
Cycles
involved
of
in
violence,
countries,
whatnot.
cycles of violence, getting involved in like countries that you probably shouldn't be getting involved with is not a good idea, right?
Military might doesn't solve problems.
There's plenty of messages, right? There is plenty of messages here to get into with Full Metal Alchemist. It is Full Metal Alchemist as a whole is a fascinating series with a lot of internal politics, a lot of commentary on different political aspects, right? There is so much that you can analyze with Full Metal Alchemist, but this fucking dumbass fucks it up. He fucks it up. And then he thinks he's smart because he fucked it up. And I'm like, no, you retard. Unbelievable. Oh, man.
Anyway, we still got like a two-thirds of this video. And
we're moving into Dragon. So this is where I stopped watching. So I'm blind from here on out. I know he talks about Dragon Ball and a bunch of other stuff. Like, he's going to talk about One Piece at the end. But, like, again, like, it's just like, I hate this shit because he's so smug. He's so condescending. He's so, I'm so much better than these chuds that don't want politics. I'm such a smart man. And then he just fucks up his own analysis, right? Horribly. And it's so dumb. But anyway, do you have anything else?
Well,
I'll give you the last word and then we'll move on.
I guess. I mean, one's dumb analogy doesn't make the whole point worthless yet. Still,
the whole we haven't got again, like, the point of like politics and anime. Again, yes, anime is political. People that rage about trans flags or whatever are dumb, right? Yeah, like whatever. But this is also really fucking stupid. This is the same level of stupidity. They're the same picture. It's the same thing. Because the other problem, Ellie, is like, like you brought up the Israel-Palestine stuff, right? He is incapable of analyzing this without the lens of American politics, right? Like, he has to relate. Yeah, he has to relate it to Trump's America somehow. Like, he has to try and pin this on Trump and contemporary American politics somehow.
Kind of feels like that,
and because he's done that,
forcing everything.
Yeah, he's forcing it. Yeah. Yeah, and because he's doing that, he's completely blinded himself to more interesting points that he could have made about the subject, right? I mean, again, talking specifically about the Full Metal Alchemist section we just watched, right? Like, again, plenty of, like, allegories, the fucking military in Full Metal Alchemist is very much inspired by Nazi Germany. They fucking call the guy in charge the Führer, for fuck's sake. Like, come on, it's not even subtle, right, about this, right? It's plenty you can talk about right there, right? But because there's this, like, American brain rot where everything has to be about America, because, I guess, like, other countries just don't exist in the eyes of an American, right? He's blinded himself. Sorry, I said I was going to give you the last word, but I keep fucking getting triggered. I just keep getting triggered.
Play the video, Naretsu, then.
All right. We'll so let's hear about the politics in Dragon Ball.
Working man's anime. We love the working man in fair, unbiased land. Dragon Ball. You've heard of Dragon Ball, right? It's kind of the most popular anime of all time, barring maybe One Piece, and we will get to One Piece.
What about
Pokemon? Come on, who hasn't watched a little Dragon Ball before?
What's the politics of Pokemon? Pokemon's all about slavery, isn't it, Ellie? They're enslaving these sentient beings.
Nah, they're partners. Don't worry about it.
I saw a meme the other day about the Hassan thing, the shock collar thing, but it was a Gardevoir. It was like a Pokemon trainer streaming, and they had, like, the Gardevoir with a shock collar, and the Gardevoir is, like, trying to, like, get a water bottle, and it's, like, trying to use its like, telekinesis to, like, get a water bottle so it can drink, and it's just sitting there, like, trying not to get electrocuted. So Pokemon is very political, right? It's all about fucking slavery and animal abuse, right? It's all about animal abuse, right?
Pokemon is a lot about environmental stuff going on. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
like I can
Yeah.
I can reveal it here, I guess. I beaten the last game, Naretsu, and the
Yeah,
last game is big. You know, it takes all place in one city. La 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 la. Oh no, Pokemon are kind of invading the city, and the city is forced to make these zones where the Pokemon can be, so they don't roam the city at large and attack everybody. But then
yeah.
there's
Look,
this,
we need segregation because the Pokemon are, not.
but then you got
They're
this,
not.
you have this group of people that go, "Hey, no, tear down these walls. Pokemon and people should live together. People should just get stronger." So they can beat up Pokemon if it becomes a
You say they
problem.
can beat up Pokemon?
And then there are people like, oh, this is all conspiracy from the big the big corporation that's put up these zones. They are responsible for having all these Pokemon coming to the city, and they are doing this so they can take over these buildings for cheap. Blah 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 blah. Conspiracy thing, and there is a a political message. And there's a small conversation happening about how to coexist between these different needs of the city, between the tension between these groups. But because it's a Pokemon game, these tensions are never really that impactful on the story. But the game goes, hey, this group wants this, and this group says it's a conspiracy, and this group tries to do things, but isn't doing things very well, and blah 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 blah. So in that sense, Naretsu, there is a political message. You can tease a political message out of it, and no, that's not to say that I believe there's also messages in, was it Sun Moon, where you got this more not tribal, that's the wrong word.
This is all to say that Pokemon is pro-fascist. Okay.
Yeah, because of all the forced labor of the lesser people.
Yeah.
The lesser creatures.
But anyway, let's hear about Dragon Ball. How's Dragon Ball political? Let's find out.
Or remember Pilaf? I remember. Well, let's think about Emperor Pilaf, the original villain of the series. He was a small little guy, an angry guy, and a bald guy. But despite that hairline, this small angry guy thought he deserved things because he was alive. But not like, healthcare or access to affordable housing or transportation. No. Pilaf wanted to rule the entire world. Because he's a dick, you see. You're not supposed to cheer for him. He is the bad guy. He's the bad guy because he's selfish.
Who the fuck? Here's the thing. I haven't watched Dragon Ball in fucking decades.
The first thing I ever saw of Dragon Ball was the Frieza arc, and then my mom
Dragon Ball or Z, either of them, I have not watched in fucking forever. Is there anyone standing this man? Right? Is there anyone actually Emperor, whatever the fuck his name is, stands, right? Oh yeah, he's my guy. I'm also gonna have to grab another drink. I'm gonna be here for a bit. So yeah, talk about Dragon Ball while
so the very first thing I saw of Dragon Ball was the Frieza arc, when I presumably Goku was holding up the big thing that was going to blow up Frieza in 5 minutes or whatever. But then rather quickly, mom and dad went, no, that show is too violent. You can't watch this show with so many fights in it. It's bad for you. And then, they banned Cartoon Network, which was the station which aired Dragon Ball Z at the time. And so anime was banned for very long.
Oh no!
Until my mom showed me, hey, how about this Ghibli movie of this Oscar? It won this Oscar.
That's totally. Ghibli movies, they're completely unpolitical, right?
And they this one won an Oscar, so it's good. And then I watched that movie, and then it was Mononoke and Laputa and Valley of the Wind and whatnot. And then later on, I'm hey, those animes, those weird wacky Japanese and their animes, they're pretty cool. What's this? Manga? Let me read some manga. And then I watch animes, more animes, and blah, 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 blah. And then we're here, and then I watch like hundreds and hundreds of hours of anime by this point. Maybe thousands.
So kind of getting back into it, right? Yeah, it's... I'm not sure where man's going with this, right? Because I don't think anyone's like online. Like, I don't think the fascists are using this guy as their avatar, right? I don't know why like, yeah, he's the bad guy. He's the villain. He does bad things. Okay, that's nice analysis you have there, right? That's super, in-depth analysis from our man
people like
here.
Frieza a lot more, right? I see Frieza
Yeah,
because
he's charismatic, Frieza is a charismatic guy.
Self-assured leader of a group, etc., etc. Has done fights. He's
the Frieza Reich will come.
Has more chance than this guy.
Yeah. So anyway, let's keep going.
And deluded and power hungry. He doesn't care about other people, just himself. He can't even get his schemes to work because he's incompetent. Those aren't generally considered good traits for somebody who wants to rule the world. His plan is also to cheat his way to the top by collecting all the Dragon Balls and just wishing to be a god king. He wants to be worshipped and have all the power. He's a bad politician. So without saying it, because, you're not supposed to treat your audience like they're stupid, Akira Toriyama created a megalomaniacal authoritarian dictator with the personality of a weasel to emphasize the general traits and personalities of said megalomaniacal authoritarian dictators.
Okay, so now we're getting into, I'm going to speak on behalf of the author, because I know better than the author. Right? Like, that's a bit of a problem. Because again, why not do some research into this? What did Toriyama get asked this in an interview, right?
I mean, I don't think it's very controversial to say that Toriyama wanted an easy villain, right? Yeah, I want to be king. I want to rule the world.
Yeah, this is like a trope, as old as fucking storytelling, right? Like,
there was once this king who was very evil and very bad at his job, and then the hero came with a big sword and hit him on the head.
I think it's very dangerous, I guess, because this is getting into writing fan fiction about real people territory, where Toriyama definitely wanted to make a stand-in for evil capitalist politicians that just want the power to get right. It's getting a little bit. You don't want to be writing fan fiction about real people. That's never really a good place to go, right? You don't want to be doing. It's not great. It's not good. Because again, you could do some research. You could see, hey, did Toriyama talk about this character? Did he write a bio for the character in one of the volumes, right? Where he talks about, hey, I designed this character, and maybe he did base it on a Japanese politician of the time or something, right? Perfectly possible. It's very possible that he could have done that.
Do you remember, by any chance, an old cartoon about how the Grand Vizier wanted to be the Sultan instead of the Sultan?
Yeah, so...
Do you remember that show?
Vaguely.
That show is a French show based on French politicians. So
like I said, it's fully, again, it's fully possible.
Just a funny, because that was a case where the Grand Vizier who wanted to be Sultan instead of the Sultan was based on a politician who wanted to be Prime Minister instead of the Prime Minister.
Yeah, and like I said, it happens, right? And it's it is perfectly, it is perfectly possible that Toriyama did want to do this, but you can't just state that as a fact, right? Unless you actually have some evidence to back it up, right? Because otherwise it's just his interpretation. If he wants to interpret it that way, he can, right? That's fine. But my issue is he's stating that as if it's the fact of the matter. That is the only interpretation. Whereas, like, the most, Occam's razor, right? Like, the most reasonable interpretation is that he's just a generic stand-in villain for villains, right? Common villains in fantasy, right? He's just, it's typical thing. Like, are we going to argue that, like, King Dedede in Kirby is, like, a fucking, stand-in for Trump or something, right? Because he's, like, a fat fuck or whatever, like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many stuff, like, I'm alright, one last political analyst thing, random of other show, like, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, everything is good when the king is back and is on his throne. That's kind of odd. Or is a land only right when the king is back? So is a monarch necessary for a good society? Blah, blah,
yes,
blah,
pro-monarchy. Yeah, pro-monarchy. Yeah.
Pro-monarchy, maybe an odd message, blah, 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 blah. But Tolkien wrote it that way, and I'm not going to bother with any further. I'll keep it at an observation.
Yeah, but anyway, let's continue.
Children got that. Children, with their little brains and lack of wisdom, they know that Emperor Pilaf is bad. So, I guess Dragon Ball was political? And the message was that authoritarian dictators are bad and should get Kamehameha'd? Now I hear what you're saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, authoritarian dictators are bad. I mean, yeah, like Stalin and Mao and and all those socialist dictators, like the guy whose hat you're wearing, God, like the level of self-awareness is like gone, right? Like he's wearing like the Cuban guy? Fucking is that the Cuban guy? I can't remember. Chavez or whatever. Like, didn't he die? I think he died recently. I think like a couple of years ago. You're gonna wear the hat of like a fucking authoritarian dictator of Cuba, and you're gonna sit here telling me that Toriyama was saying that authoritarian dictators are bad in Dragon Ball? Like, what are you? Are you stupid? Are you actually that dumb?
I don't.
Like, come on, man.
I'm still kind of missing an actual argument because I guess this.
I think the argument is the chuds are doo-doo dum-dum stoopy pants. They don't understand the kids show politics. But I understand. Me and the cool lefty people, we have media literacy. And we can understand the kids shows because we're smart. The shows we watch are for big boys, Ellie. Big boy shows. You don't understand because you're a chud. Right?
I'm just very...
That's his point! That literally is his point! That's literally all he's saying in this entire section. Is like, I picked up on the big boy themes of fucking Dragon Ball. Please understand. You don't understand.
Alright, we're risking of summarizing and ending this video
right now.
10 minutes in.
So and we got a long way to go. So let's see what's he going to talk about comments. Right? Let's see.
Lib take, biased and unfair. You said you were going to be snarkless and based. Michael, you sound like some kind of anti-fascist terrorist. And you know what? Fair enough. That's just one character. You can't base a long-running series' entire message off of one character. So, let's talk about Frieza.
Oh, look, he is going to talk about Frieza. Look at that. Yeah. But I guarantee you he's just going to say the same thing. He's just going to say, oh, yeah.
But people like
the
Frieza
message is...
for some reason.
Yeah, but people like Frieza because he's charismatic. They like him because he's,
Also, he becomes a good guy later, charisma. I guess.
I don't know. I haven't watched Dragon Ball. I don't know what fucking happens. But again, it's so fucking tripe. It's so fucking like surface level analysis of this. It's so stupid. And he's acting like this is some like big fucking deal. It's like God.
Most important and long-running bad guy in Dragon Ball. He's a space emperor who got his position through birthright, and nowadays we call that nepotism, but semantics. Frieza is a military dictator, meaning anything he says goes, or else. That policy is enforced by his military and special operative police force, the Frieza Force. He's an imperialist, which means he doesn't just rule over his own land, but goes out and illegally seizes land from other nations, in this case, entire planets. He does this by inflicting terror with his military might. He then uses the threat of annihilation, or total genocide, to enslave the native populations of these seized planets he doesn't totally destroy and sell for his capitalist gains. So basically, he's a megamaniacal authoritarian military dictator who kills anyone he disagrees with and makes his money using slaves and selling land he stole from his slaves. The total subservience.
Yeah. It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Who fucking, again, who's disagreeing with this? We're the people online that are like, being like, yeah, that's totally like okay, right? Like, because again, I think you can complete people that like Frieza because he's charismatic or whatever, but you can like Frieza, but you can also say, hey, yeah, that stuff's bad, right? Like you don't. It's not media illiterate to like a character.
In my capitalism destroying the universe and or environment game, I was doing the destroying the universe thing.
Oh yeah,
that makes me the
but
bad person.
as we know, Ellie, you are a super capitalist, right? You
or when I play my Crusader Kings,
landowner.
Yeah, when I play my Crusader Kings in Retsu, I erase other cultures for that sweet cohesion bonus and reduce rebellion rates.
Yeah. Exactly.
And all the other games or just, Stellaris where I just commit genocide on a regular basis.
You are Nick Fuentes bows before you. You are the true supremacist, the Dutch supremacy.
Everybody will turn into robots, into my specific robot shape, because I don't allow other robots shapes.
Yeah. Those filthy square robots. You want those circle robots?
Yeah.
Oh my god. But anywho, let's
to his rule makes him a fascist, which is, I know, a buzzword.
Second runner Ron DeSantis of being fascist, of course.
Of liberal fascism.
They're both fascist.
Fascism, I mean, this is textbook fascism.
Fascism.
That's media fascism.
President Trump is a fascist.
The F word. No, not that one. Fascism.
Certain people, fascists, get upset at the word.
Well, okay. The problem is, you think everything's fucking fascist. That's the problem. Like, yeah, what Frieza's doing is fascism. That is a fascism.
Mm-hmm.
But what's happened is, like, it's weird because he's correctly identified that fascism has become a buzzword, right? Like, he's correctly identified that, people are just, like, tossing that around like it's fucking candy. And now he's just tossing it around like it's fucking candy with zero self-awareness because he's a retard.
No, I think this is more of a, oh, look how mad they got for being accurately called a fascist.
Well, no, because that's the issue, Ellie. They're not accurately being called a fascist. That's the problem.
I'm saying, from his perspective, right? Oh,
okay, from his perspective, but that perspective's retarded because in reality, what's happening is people are being called fascists when they're not, and then topical current events, right? They're getting fucking shot for it, right? Like that's the problem. Because you can't just call things fascist. Like, it's like when the right calls things communist when it's not communist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, your lefties get annoyed when, because there's like apparently 50 bazillion different flavors of leftism, right? And you have to be able to identify every single flavor of ice cream, right? You can't just call the Dem Socks communist or the anarchist socialist or whatever, right? But then these guys, right, will just like look at literally anything that is like slightly right of center and they call that fascist. Like, that's the problem. That is the actual problem. That's why it's a buzzword.
Alright, Retsu. We're getting sucked into a thing that's not relevant at all, because
We are.
Why
but it's
is
his
he
fault.
talking about American politics right now? It's not related
Yeah.
to Dragon Ball Z at all.
Like, because he started with like, okay, Frieza is a textbook case of a fascist. Yeah, yeah, agreed. Right,
Military
we both
dictator,
agree
blah,
on
blah,
that.
blah.
Right, that is 100% what Toriyama was doing with Frieza. He is a fascist, right? And fascism is bad, right? We all agree, right? Unless you're like a Nick Fuentes style fuckwit, right? Or Tucker Carlson style fuckwit, right? Like, yeah. Like, again, there are fascists. They do exist. They're very annoying people, right? They are real. The problem that's happening, right, is the label is getting so misused and just slapped on literally anyone that's like vaguely right of vaguely right of center. You get slapped with the fascist label by people like this guy, right? And what are the consequences of that? The consequences of that is now we've escalated to the point where political violence is actually happening, right? Where people are getting, killed for being, fascist, quote unquote, when they're not really fascist.
Right?
Right?
I don't think we
and,
should. We should get dragged down into these side tangents.
Okay. Well, then let me kind of try and get this back on the rails, then, right? Because my point that I'm trying to make is he is guilty of the exact same thing that he presented. Like, all of those newscasters that were like saying fascist from both the left and the right, because I saw like you had Fox News and CNN both in the same montage, right? All of those people using fascism as a buzzword, right, is bad for the reason that I just explained. But then he's doing the same thing when he's like, oh yeah, the fascists get really mad when you call them fascist. It's like, no! People that aren't fascist get mad when you call them a fascist. Because they're not fucking fascists. You dumb fuck. And again, this isn't like actual analysis of like the politics of like Dragon Ball either, right? Like, because you could probably have an analysis of, okay, what is Frieza's actual ideology? Let's look into this. Let's like tie this into like, what can we glean from what's being presented to us? But because he's so fixated on having to tie this into contemporary American politics, he has to find some way to make it about bashing the fucking rightoids, right? Like, he's not fucking impartial and unbiased at all, right? He is clearly a fucking leftoid dumb fuck who wants to bash the people that he thinks is lesser to him. And so he has to toss in these like side shots, right? Like, oh, the fascists. Like, it's so bad, right? It's like,
That's another
I mean,
thing
I would
that's
be
not
mad.
related to the video, to the arguments at all.
Yeah,
So it's
like,
more time wasting.
Yeah. Before we move on, I'll finish with this, and then we'll move on. I would be mad too if like you called me like a fucking Nazi fascist when I'm not. It's like if you get called a pedo, like, I think you're justified if you're not actually a pedo getting mad if someone calls you a pedo, right? I think you're justified in being a bit mad about that, right, Ellie? Like, a little bit. Like, if you're not actually the thing that you're getting accused of, I think it's justifiable to be a little bit mad about it. So, especially in today's climate where like saying such things could actually get you killed, right? Like, it's not great. So let's continue.
Fascist, or don't know what it means, which also makes them upset. They get upset when they're confused. So I'll make it simple. Fascism is an explicitly far-right political system because it's predicated on...
He's already fucking fucked up! He's already... It's not explicitly far-right, you dumbass! It's... I'm fucking dumb! Oh my god. It's again, like, you can have a fascist left-wing government. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you this, but those communist countries that you were like so fucking like you love so much, right? Like,
I love them so much.
Yeah, it's pretty. Well, I'll let him finish. What's his full definition?
Militaristic nationalism or racial identity.
Okay, so off the bat,
this is not a definition. It's an explanation.
Yeah, that's the first problem. Is that's not That's not like the actual definition. And again, it's not like you can have a fascist left wing, like fucking situation like that. That's not that. Again, it's not fucking left or right. It's the only reason like it's conceptualized as right wing is because like the leftists have done such a great job at like fucking with the because that's what leftists do. I know I'm going to get into a bit of a my leftism, leftism bad rant, right? But like they do this all the time, Ellie, where they take words and then they change the definition of words so that they can like never lose an argument, right? And this I feel is like a good case about this because the racial identity shit, like the militaristic nationalism, yeah, that is a fascism thing, but it doesn't necessarily have to have a racial component, right? Like that just is how it ended up playing out in like Nazi Germany, right? But it doesn't necessarily need to have a racial component. Like you could have fascism without the racism. It is entirely possible to do that, right?
The thing
So
of it is that it often is, or basically always, it's also like there's some sense of purity, like the pure race, the pure nation, etc., etc. And it always goes to a oh, you have to be in Germany, oh, you have to be Aryan or some other perfect.
Which makes it interesting because like you had the situation with the Aryan shit where it's like they viewed like the Poles and the Dutch and like all of that as like lesser. Even though like I reckon to this man, because he's a retarded American, he probably just views all of your European countries as white.
Oh yeah,
Right?
don't go south to the south. Don't go to South France or anything, or Italy, for that matter.
Yeah. Like he's like, oh, they all have white skin. They must all be the same, right? It's just European, right? Europeans are all the same, right, Ellie? You're all the same. There's no difference between the European ethnicities, right? Just God. All right, anyway, let's get through this because this is dumb.
In this case, the Frieza Empire and ultimate loyalty to said empire enforced by the military. Fascism is the rejection of democracy and suppression of any opposition to the power structure. It's why Frieza kills people all the time, and why it's cool that he has slaves and wipes out entire peoples and cultures and will be emperor forever. Now, interestingly enough, our hero Goku is apolitical. Because he's an idiot. However, he...
Wow, what great analysis, Ellie, of Goku as a character. He's apolitical because he's an idiot. What amazing commentary. What a brilliant analysis he's done here of like, because again, like there's probably like something you could say here, right?
Yeah, but what even? There's still
yeah.
There's still not an articulated argument. So what do we do with it, right?
Yeah. All right, anyways.
He always finds himself struggling against megalomaniacal authoritarian military dictators because despite being a big old dummy, he knows basic right from wrong. He's a hero, you see. Heroes, whether flawed or not, generally end up doing the selfless thing and triumphing in stories because doing the right thing is a more powerful motivator than doing the selfish thing. Goku is protecting the galaxy. The Ginyu Force, for example, are only protecting themselves. There's less at stake for them, and they lose to pure desperation. When Goku loses a friend in the struggle against Frieza, he is given a first-hand look at the experience trillions of people across the universe suffered under Frieza, and he's able to overcome his limits and go Super Saiyan.
So, look, Ali, good things leftist, bad things rightist. Is what I'm getting from this. The heroes are always selfless and always, good, but they all agree with me and my ideology. They don't agree with those bad fascist people. Ooh.
I mean,
right?
This is still like the basic simple story. Yes, Goku is going to fight the fascist and is going to win because etc. etc.
Yeah, this is like surface level analysis. It's so fucking like, again, there's like no depth here. This isn't even like smart.
No, but there's no. All right, and then how does this relate to anything else?
Yeah, again, there's no there's no fucking like substance here at all. It doesn't relate to anything, and it doesn't help his point, right? Because because again, he's misjudged the argument, right? Like, no one's saying, "Oh, we need to remove politics from Dragon Ball," right? What they're mad about is you doing this exact thing that you're doing here, where you're like, "Oh, Goku would totally agree with me, trans rights," or some shit, right? Like, it's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. How can people fucking live like this? It's so stupid. But anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah.
I am mighty, and you are not. Learn what happens when you mess with the most powerful being in the universe! You fool!
Wow. I
Alright.
totally needed the text on the screen to explain what's happening. Oh my god. Alright, we're almost done with the
Are we
Dragon Ball
almost done with
section.
Dragon Ball? Because this is very boring, actually.
So yeah, I think Toriyama was making a point that evil far-right politicians need to get Kamehameha.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean, Ellie? He did exactly what I was saying he was going to do. He's writing fanfiction about the man. He doesn't know fucking shit about Toriyama or his actual politics. Like, what the fuck are you on about? I mean, to be fair, I haven't like done a lot of research into Toriyama and what his actual politics were, but like, I feel like
Natsu, I fear
this is so fucking stupid.
I fear this is the irony. This is the irony going on.
I don't care. I don't fucking care. Like, you don't get to use irony as a shield. The point is stupid. I'm sorry. Toriyama was not fucking saying, "Oh, we need to fucking Kamehameha the right-wing politicians." We need to I can guarantee you this guy supported the shooting of Charlie Kirk. I guarantee you, because he probably thought Charlie Kirk was like some kind of fucking fascist, and so he's probably like, "Oh yeah, cool. That Kamehameha bullet really fucking did a number on his throat." You know, like, you know, it's really really great, really based, right? You know, like, I guarantee you this guy is like all on board with that. But that's even like besides the point. And like, the point being, like, he's doing the thing. He is doing the fucking thing. He's doing the listen. Everything agrees with my politics. My good boy politics. Like, every Japanese creator is like in lockstep with my ideas. I am the good person. I am cool, right? And if you don't agree, then you're just a silly, dumb redneck man, right? You're a silly, smelly little chud, and you're too dumb to understand the nuances, right, of the politics in your anime, right?
We should move on. This is extremely tiring. This non-arguments.
And again, like, I don't care, like, him being ironic about this or not doesn't fucking matter. I think this is actually what he believes, and he's just using irony as a shield. He's just trying to be a Schrodinger's douchebag about it, right? And be like, "Oh no, this totally agrees with me. So anyway, we're moving into every popular anime now. So let's see what happens.
But I mean, children get it, guys. Children, little stupid children, they get that. So you must too. Right? But
yeah, see, oh, I'm so smart. I'm so smart.
Why don't you get it?
Jacking. Yeah, even children get it. Oh, I'm so smart. Oh, I can't even understand the politics of fucking Fullmetal Alchemist, but I'm so fucking smart.
Come on. That's just 2 examples from insanely popular anime franchises. It's not like, I don't know, My Hero Academia was about class discrimination, government regulation, the youth bearing the weight of their predecessors' mistakes, and vigilante justice, or...
Holy shit. Jesus Christ, my man. Oh, God.
Demon Slayer is an anti-authoritarian piece which deals with rapid modernization and an increasingly
You've got to, yeah, we got a red circle on the hat, Ellie. The hat. Hang on. Where is it? Yeah, I got it.
Justice, or Demon Slayer is an anti-authoritarian piece which deals with rapid modernization and
Look at that modernization. That hat. He's got the modern hat.
I think the buildings behind him are more evidence of the modernization, but I guess fashion also works.
No, look at his hat. He's totally a modernity bad, Ellie. You don't understand. Oh, it's a big. Oh no. You notice how, like, again, it's all left-wing interpretations, right? Like it's all under a left-wing lens. There's no, like, right-wing interpretations here. It all agrees with me and my politics, right? It's all about what I see in politics, right? What I agree with, right? There's no, there's no right possible way that you could have a right-wing interpretation of Demon Slayer, right? There's no way it could happen, right?
I guess he's going from his own interpretations, and it's fine, I guess.
Well, it's because he's a fucking leftoid, right? And leftists, I've found that leftists have a problem with, like, managing to, like, conceptualize their opponents, right? There's a problem with, like, being able to properly, conceptualize, like, the actual right-wing position, so they just attack, like, a straw man of it, like what he's been doing the whole video, right? It's just, you can't actually understand why people are so against this shit, against doing this shit, where it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm a leftoid, and every single piece of popular media that ever exists is, like, completely in lockstep in agreement with my politics, and yet I am so oppressed by the evil fascists, right? Like, every single piece of art is leftist art, but I am like, I'm smart. Please give me subscribers.
nationalist cover-up of a non-state secret police force, or I don't know, if Hunter x Hunter deeply explored the philosophical concepts of genocide with the Chimera Ant arc. It's almost like artists tend to be woke and gay and trans for all, all that scary stuff you heard from your favorite Manosphere influencer or Fox News host or dirtbag alcoholic divorced uncle. It's almost like if you liked and understood Full Metal Alchemist,
I don't know that guy either, but again, he's this isn't fucking effective. This isn't effective. If your point is that you're trying to, like, convince people to kind of take a step back and not completely abandon politics and anime, right? This video is going to have the opposite effect, right? This video is just going to make people even more fucking militant, right? Because you're just pissing people off. It's not helping. It's not fucking helping. Like, guys like this are the reason why channels like, Rev Says Desu and Chibi Reviews and Asmongold and, like, all these people, right, that you see on Twitter that talk about the anti-woke stuff or talk about, like, all that kind of stuff. He is the actual reason why those accounts get so popular. Because they're the only accounts that are actually giving a fair shake to the people that are just sick of this political nonsense, right? Like, there's no actual left-wing fucking counter to this that's not just being a condescending prick, right? There's no actual, like, you don't see a left-wing fucking Chibi Reviews, right? Or a left-wing Asmongold, or a left-wing Rev Says Desu, right? You don't see them because they're too busy jacking themselves off like this guy is. It's fucking crazy.
Have to acknowledge that Israel is doing a genocide.
Oh look, he did bring up the Israel. Look at that. Oh wow, look, he does a bit late, he does understand that there are countries outside the US. Holy shit.
But I guess, you are right. This is way more about Iraq than Israel ever, but, it's very applicable to Israel.
Oh, yeah. Like, you can definitely, like, it's a stronger argument than ICE, right? It's a much stronger argument to compare what's happening with Israel to the Israel civil war than ICE. But I feel like, you also have to take into context, like, the time. Like, when was the manga for Fullmetal Alchemist written?
Also it's like Kuwait, right? Before even Iraq invasion, there was Kuwait. And,
yeah, let me have a look. What was like the actual?
And before
year
that,
it
the
was
British,
published?
drew the borders in the Middle East.
So it was published in 2001. Yeah, 2001 to 03, and then it was by Enix, and then Square Enix from 2003 to 10.
All right, so it's
So
more.
the original
it's about
run. So the original
Afghanistan.
one. So the original run. The original run was July the 12th, 2001 to June 11th, 2010. So I could very much believe that, because like 9/11 happened within that time frame, right? Because September 11, right? So because 9/11 was September 11, 2001, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. I'm fucking terrible with my history, right? So yeah, I could very much believe that, like, maybe even if the author, right, Hamu, right, even if they didn't like initially plan to like reference the Iraq War or the invasions of the Middle East for the War on Terror, in that time frame from 2001 to 2010, like I can believe that it like influenced them, like totally. Of course, you'd have to look and see if you can find like some kind of interview around that, like, or some kind of,
I mean,
yeah. Hang on, here we go. What's this on Wikipedia? Oh, here we go. Wikipedia. Themes and analysis. The series explores social issues such as discrimination, scientific progress, political greed, brotherhood, family, and war. Scar's backstory and his hatred for the state military appear to reference the Undu people, which the Undu are the indigenous ethnic group who reside in the northern Japan and the southeastern Russia, including the Hokkaido and the blah 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 region, as well as the land surrounding the Sea of, oh my god, all these words.
I mean, I was thinking more. I think I was thinking more about Desert Storm, right? It was like 1991 and beyond.
Could do, yeah, but so it's saying, so Wikipedia is saying, and that is that's like referencing a new type article. I'd have to look into the source on that, but it's saying it could be a reference to the Anu people, which were like the native northern Japanese who got like invaded, right?
I know,
and
yeah.
Their shit kicked in. Yeah, I got their shit kicked in. The series also examines the consequences of guerrilla warfare and the potential for unchecked militarization. Some of those who displaced the Aru are originally Anu themselves. The irony reflected in Scar's use of alchemy, forbidden by his religion to kill alchemists. The Elric brothers' orphanhood and adoption by Rockbell highlighted societal responsibilities towards orphans, while the characters' dedication to their work underscores the necessary for labor for survival. The series also delves into the principle of equivalent exchange and the idea of obtaining something requires sacrificing something of equal value. The concept governs alchemical transformation and the philosophical tenet. So, like, even the fucking like Wikipedia blurb has more fucking like substance than this guy's entire fucking video, right?
Yeah,
because I hadn't even considered, because I knew about like the Anu people, right, a little bit. Like, I know that was a thing that happened in Japanese history, and it's actually very much similar. It's similar to some like issues happening right now in New Zealand around the Maori, because there was like an indigenous population on New Zealand before the Maori came on the boats, and they sort of genocided and enslaved those people. So there's like a lot of talk right now down here about like, oh, can the Maori actually call themselves indigenous when they actually haven't been here as long as like other countries have existed? What even counts as indigenous, right? Like what even is the like, how do we even define it, right? But that's getting a bit in the weeds off the topic of the video, right? But my point here is like, that would be an interesting now. Like, I would love to see a video, like, actually talking about how Fullmetal Alchemist is like a reference to the Anu people, right? And what, like, the history of that, because that is, again, that's something that I don't think a lot of people probably even know about in terms of Japanese history and like the West, right? Because like, why would you even figure out about that to begin with, right? So that would be interesting. But if you are going to try to make like an American lens interpretation of Fullmetal Alchemist, then definitely like you were saying, Desert Storm, the War on Terror, right? Like makes a lot. Afghanistan, Iraq, right? Like they make a lot more sense to utilize as your reference point, you know. So yeah, this guy's analysis is so fucking shallow and so fucking silly. When all he had to do was just look at Wikipedia. He could have gone on Wikipedia, looked at the Wikipedia article for Fullmetal Alchemist, and then he could have had an entire fucking like separate thing that he could have been smart. He could be like, oh yeah, I know about the Anu people and their suffering, and like the author like said in this interview that was what they were kind of basing it on. And you're like, you could have had this whole
very
fucking
applicable to blah 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 blah.
Which is also very applicable to blah 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 blah, right? And then he could have had this whole thing where he says like, yeah, and this is why politics in anime is important, because it's telling these stories in a way that makes it you know, and you can't like you know, you shouldn't be detaching, you know, politics from the right? So like again, there's like there's a lot that you could like talk about here, but because he's such a fucking American cunt, he's such a dumbass, and he didn't do any research, and he wants to act smart when he's not. He's fucked it up. He's fucked up the whole fucking thing. So anywho, let's continue.
Because, well, the Ishvalan and Palestinian experience is basically 1-to-1, and that would be really hard.
Is it though?
Calling it 1-to-1 is way too. It's an anime. Don't go saying that your animes are it's just like
it's an
animes.
Anime from like 20. It's like 2 decades ago.
Don't go
Right.
actually say this actual genocide is just like my animes.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
This genocide is just like my Japanese anime.
Scary. It'd mean you were wrong. A lot. Maybe
Wait a minute. What do you mean wrong? Who are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Who are you talking about? The Chuds? What do you mean?
What do you think that's
People that support Israel? Like, who are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?
go back like one tick and play it
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, buddy? What do you mean? Hang on. Okay, here we go. Right, I think this is when he starts talking about Full Metal again. This wasn't.
liked and understood Full Metal Alchemist, you'd have to acknowledge that Israel is doing a genocide, because, well, the Ishvalan and Palestinian experience is basically 1-to-1, and that would be really hard. Scary even, because it'd mean you were wrong. A lot.
Wait,
Maybe.
So wait.
No, he changed the subject of his sentence.
Yeah, like he's making the assumption, right, that so like he's attacking people that like support Israel but like Full Metal Alchemist.
But he never
because
said that.
Full Metal Alchemist is well, that's what I'm getting from this, because like he's saying that you can't enjoy. If you enjoy Full Metal Alchemist but you support Israel, that's like cognitive dissonance or something.
He's just like, hey, look at this. Look at this. This is just like the genocide. And if you and it would be very weird. And like, what is weird? He never really. He should have, reread that part of the script, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't really make a lot of sense. I kind of get what he's trying to say. He's trying to be like, you can't. Yeah, he's literally saying like, if you enjoy Full Metal Alchemist, but you support the genocide of the Palestinians, right? Then that means that you're a dumb media illiterate fuckwit, right? Like again, the whole video is just him being condescending to people he doesn't agree with. Like that's just the whole fucking video so far. Like, he's not really making a lot of points. He's just being annoying. And again, it's not helping. It's just making people more mad at you, and it means that Trump's going to get a third term. All right, even though he legally can't. He's going to.
Concerning if that happens.
It would be very. I mean, look, I don't support that. I mean, I wish Trump would stop like trolling about it, because he keeps trolling about it, and I don't think that helps. I think he needs to not do that because it's not good. But anyway, let's keep going.
Publicly, and that you hurt people who already are targeted by the powerful and corrupt people you or someone you love probably voted for. That maybe your pastor is in fact not based and is biased and unfair, and you were misled to further a political.
Okay, now this is getting a little bit fucking weird now. This is getting a little bit. Listen, I'm not joining your fucking leftist cult, okay? I'm not drinking your Kool-Aid. I'm actually drinking Pepsi Max, okay? But I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, bucko, alright? Like, you're not converting me to leftism by this video. In fact, you're doing the opposite. I think you need to be I think Trump needs to expand the deportations to maybe like all I'm saying is maybe this guy should go to China if he loves communism so much. You know, I'm just saying, or go to North Korea. You know, go to North Korea. North Korea is communist, right? You know, you love North Korea, right?
I don't think that either of those countries are very communist. Last time,
I mean, look, they're communist on paper, right? Like,
I guess last I heard, China was doing a competition of who was going to had a competition about who had the best AI company, and like China's having these companies compete with each other to who can be can have the most cost efficient AI thing going on.
More big AI, big AI. But anyway, no, this is getting really weird. This is getting really weird and kind of patronizing, right? Like it's like, oh yeah, your pastor was lying to you. He's like, again, he's acting like he is like not fucking biased at all, right?
And also,
like, come
so
on, man.
American. It's so unbelievably American.
Yeah. Oh my, just
an economic agenda funnel your money away from you and keep you in servitude until you die on the job. That your school may have failed you at best or at worst deliberately did not teach you how to think critically so you wouldn't. Because when you don't think critically, when you don't analyze or know basic history or have basic reading comprehension skills, it's really easy to feed you bullshit. It's easy.
Yeah, like this video. You know, again, this is the problem with doing this kind of thing, right? Like he's trying to be like, oh yeah, I'm so smart. I'm listen to me because I'm the smart guy, right? I am the guy. Look, your school failed you, right? They didn't teach you critical thinking skills like I will. I will teach you about the critical thinking because, you know, it's just a coincidence that when you learn about critical theory and critical thinking, you end up thinking all the same way. Like you're all leftists, right? You all think this exact same thing and agree on all of the same issue. Oh, Ali, it's so crazy that that's the case, right? It's not like someone could be well educated and have critical thinking skills and, you know, think for themselves, but just be a chud, you know? Like, it's impossible, right? How could you? That's not smart, you know? Oh, I hate it. I fucking hate it, dude. It's so fucking bad.
And he's still not... I mean, the video is kind of pointless. It's very pointless. It's unfocused. It doesn't articulate itself. It's so American to the exclusion of every other person in the world, unless you're very online, I guess.
Yeah.
It's. I'm just hoping for the sweet release of when this video is ending.
Well, your sweet releases, you're only past halfway, so we got a long way to go. So get ready. I just, again, like my criticism is like, yeah, this is just ineffective. This isn't helping you. This is making you come off like a fucking cult leader, right? Like, just stop. This is bad.
To prey on your fears, your fear of crime, your fear of your own impotence, your fear of progress, because change, you see, is scary.
I was born and raised into the Mormon church, heavily indoctrinated family.
I was raised Catholic. I opposed abortion and gay marriage.
Everything was filtered through my religion.
Alright, and why is anime political again?
Yeah! Look, Ali, I get it. Like, you think this guy thinks that the right wingers are all disgusting fascist Nazis that just want to fucking genocide everyone.
No,
I get it. I get it. Right?
They're just misinformed. They don't know any better.
Yeah, they're just they're just like silly little baboos that don't they don't know anything, right? They just don't they just need to be they need to go to the education camps, okay? Ali, I got it. I got the perfect solution to this problem. We're going to create these camps, right? And we're gonna take people on trains to the camps.
I like trains.
Right?
They very good transportation method, public transportation.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. We're gonna rebuild public transportation in the US to have really good train network. We're gonna have a really good train network, right? That's gonna funnel people like who vote Republican, right? Specifically, because they're the ones that are the most misinformed, right? They are the ones that are the most misinformed. We're gonna take all the Republicans and we're gonna put them on the trains, and they're gonna go to the camps, right? They're the happy re-education camps, okay? And they're gonna be in the camp, and if we're just gonna gently teach them the right way to think, like the right thinking way to think, right? Because they just need to be educated, right? And then if they don't end up getting educated, then that we might just have to put them in the ovens, right, to cook. Labor, right? Like, they're just gonna have to.
They just need to cook. They need to cook, and then
they need to cook. Yeah, they need to cook. They need to get cooked, right?
Well, let's.
That's what this fucking feels like to me. I'm sorry. That's what this is. He's just like. That's the logical end conclusion of this shit. It's like he doesn't fucking understand how fucking dumb he's being. Oh my god.
Anyway, let's not prolong the suffering.
Yeah, I've had my that's my sarcasm, right? There you go. That's me being sarcastic, right? It's fun when it happens to you, doesn't it? Right, lefty man, Fucking
America to be a white nation.
I hated everybody. I judged everybody.
Who even is these fucking people? Like, I don't even know
some ex-religious people, I guess.
I had already been consuming content like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, and Comrade Poole.
Oh no! I watched the bad conservative men. Oh no! It's actually really funny. He brings up like Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro's been like really going hard against the whole Nick Fuentes for obvious reasons, right? Because Jewish, right?
And the other one is not Jewish, I assume.
Well, even Crowder as well, actually. Like, Crowder has also... so I'll have to give some context, right? And then we'll move on, right? So, right now, Tucker Carlson did an interview with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is an actual fascist. Mm-hmm. He is an actual white nationalist. He is an actual fucking, like, crazy person. Jew conspiracy theory. He is actually... he is everything that this guy thinks that people like me are, right? He is actually the bad, right? And you have Tucker Carlson doing an interview with him where he basically just kind of softballs him and is trying to, like, soften his image for the public, for the general public, to like try and sneak him into the consciousness. And what do you know, Ellie? A lot of like the conservatives are not actually happy about this, right? Like Ben Shapiro has come out and been like very critical of this. He's talked about it. He's shown clips of Nick Fuentes saying insane fucking shit about fucking black people and the Jews and all of this kind of stuff, and being a complete fucking white nationalist, racist piece of shit, right? And then Steven Crowder, same deal. He's been going really hard against Tucker Carlson and being like, oh, Tucker Carlson is a paid Russian actor. He went to Russia and acted like everything is just perfectly fine and the corruption doesn't matter and, all of this kind of stuff. He's like, and I find it very fascinating because, the leftists will act like, all the rightoids are like all in lockstep, all the same. That, there's no distinguishing between the different, they're all fascists, right? But then you actually look at the reality of the situation. It's like, no, there's like a big fracturing going on. There's like a massive fracturing happening within the right. I would honestly say that the left has a lot more problems with just walking lockstep with absolute bullshit. Right. So, yeah, I just wanted to kind of bring that in as like a little bit of a tangent contrast here, where, because, he's going, oh, oh no, I watched the Ben Shapiro's and the Tim Pools and the da, as if that's like inherently a bad thing, right? Like, you know, maybe just maybe you're just swapping one team for another, and you're not actually changing your beliefs. That's all I'm saying. But
I don't know. I don't know these people. I
There's
don't know.
this one meme
whatever.
I really remember about like wooden doors at Auschwitz. What? So the wooden doors meme is Holocaust denial.
I had a
what does this have to do with fucking anime? Okay, I'm doing it. You. I'm gonna walk lockstep with you. What the fuck does this have to do with politics and anime? Like, what is this? What is this? Is this a politics and animes video, or is this a conservatives bad video? Because this is a conservatives bad thing, right?
always believed that homosexuality was a sin. That
Again, get on with it. Get on with it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get the point. I get the point. Conservatives are bad. Conservatives are bad. Conservatives want to genocide the Mexicans. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Great. Great. Cool. Cool.
This doesn't make any
look
sense.
at that. Oh, look. We have to have this giant fucking disclaimer. Look, this is wrong, and you're dumb if you believe this, Ali. Like, oh boy, do you get it? Do you get it? Rightoids are bad. Rightoids are bad. Okay, you can don't. I am the good boy. I am good. My ideology is good. Your ideology is bad. You are a fascist racist, and you need to go to the re-education camp. Okay? Do you not get it? Do you not fucking get it, Ali? Do you not fucking get the fucking point? What I'm trying to tell you? Look at the big words on screen. I'm sorry. I'm fucking.
Yeah. You're getting.
Just give me a second. 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 Just
breathe in, breathe out. The video.
Yeah,
is,
I'm just. Oh.
We're over halfway, Naretsu.
We're almost there. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's just. Oh boy. Just fuck. I cannot fucking like put into words how much I hate these people, Ellie. I hate them. I actually hate them. They fucking ruin everything. It's so annoying. Like, Jesus Christ.
Gas chambers must not have actually been gas chambers.
As a white supremacist, and this is church doctrine that black skin was a curse from God. Leaving the Mormon religion took me exactly 2 weeks. My marriage would end. My whole entire life would collapse.
Because this was my lowest point.
My life before.
Please get on with it. We get it. How long has this been going? How long? Wait, like, I'm looking at the skim. He started this at 15 minutes 12, and it's now 16 minutes 25. We've been here for like, come on. I get it. I get it.
Very privileged. I was living in $1 million homes.
And it keeps going. Holy shit, Ellie. I'm gonna have to put 2 times speed because this goes on for like another minute.
Oh, please do.
Jesus Christ, please.
At least like a half plus speed.
Holy shit, where is it? Playback speed. I'm gonna put it on like 2. Fuck it. No, because like
made me see the other side.
My aunt, yeah. Kept digging. I found someone who showed me how I basically ruined.
Yeah, okay, we get it. Holocaust denial bad. Yeah, we know, we get it. Yeah, it's bad.
All we had.
Conservatives bad, right wing bad, left wing good. Everything the left wing says is good. Everything the left wing says is good. Always listen to the left wing. Never question anything. Never question anything on the left. You always have to question the things on the right. Yeah, we know, we get it. We get it. It's bad. People lie on the internet. Yeah, we know. We get it. We get it. It's bad. Yeah, we know. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, bad Mormons. Mormons bad.
The illegals.
Oh, here he is. He's back. He's back. Holy shit. Fucking fine.
Right.
Holy shit.
Calm down, Naretsu.
Oh my god. All right. What's it going to say?
Because they bring all the drugs, which are bad and also
So he goes through that. He just lets that play for a whole fucking time. And then he's like, oh yeah, let's just talk about like the immigration problem, right? Below, we confirm roughly 4 and 5 apprehended for smuggling fentanyl into the United States at the southern border between 2018 and 2024 were U.S. citizens. Yeah. That's why you need border security, right? Like, I mean, they caught them before they got through, right? You know, that's good. Isn't that a good thing, Ellie? Isn't that a good thing?
This is about how
if there are no illegals, because that means no drugs, and they broke the law, which is illegal, so they should be punished, which is just and fair and based. But what if, that just wasn't true, and your life just sucks because you and everyone around you were brought up to eat the shit that's fed?
Listen, Ali, we shouldn't have borders and shit because
Nah,
right?
that bit was about
shouldn't have borders and shit, right? Because fucking, again, it's like you can criticize what Trump's doing, and you can be like, yeah, that's kind of shitty or whatever, but like he's like the way that he's presenting this argument really does just come off of like, oh, here's like, oh no, think of the poor people. This is why we shouldn't have borders and shit.
Nah, this little bit is about how immigrants or wrong skin color is getting blamed for all the drugs, but basically all the drugs is being imported by Americans.
Well, well, you don't know the skin color of the Americans that were importing it out. Were they white?
I don't think Trump would very much care for that.
You don't know the skin color of those.
I don't think that Trump really cares if they're American, if they got the wrong skin color.
I don't think it's like a race thing anyway. Like, it's just literally like, look, if you're an illegal, like the law is the law. Trump wants to enforce the law, right? And again, you can criticize how they're doing it. Like there should be an actual process for this, right?
Not grabbing people off the streets.
Not just grabbing, like you can criticize it, right? I think that's fine. It's just my problem is the presentation of this as if it's like the same as a genocide, right? He is literally genociding the Mexicans, right? Because he's deporting illegals, right? And again, we shouldn't have borders and shit because, oh no, think of the poor illegals, right? Just don't have a border.
I haven't. Oh, sorry. No, I saw something else. I haven't heard him any say about no borders or whatever.
No, that's the implication. That's the implication of his argument. The implication of his argument is like, just don't. Like border security is bad in general because it's being used to do this thing. So we have to completely scrap the idea.
I do have to admit, Neretsu, I'm not really listening to when he is not talking about...
I don't blame you. Because like he's not fucking saying anything of substance to begin with. So I don't blame you.
As soon as he's not talking about anime, I'm not really listening. But from the bits that I catch anyway... It's just that it's more of a, hey, why are you so being discriminatory towards the people who are not even the real problem, blah, 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 because 80%, etc., etc.
Right. No. Well, I'm sorry, but my good faith levels are at 0. I think he's just a fuckwit. So I'm just not
let's get it over with.
Yeah. All right, we're about to get into the One Piece section, so this will be fun.
To you with a big smile on your face. What if the illegals were just people with feelings like you and hopes?
Oh yeah, they're just people, Ellie. They're just people. It's just, oh no.
And dreams and families like you who work hard like you and do the jobs you think you're too good for. What if illegal just?
It's so rich, like having like white fucking YouTube man be like, oh yeah, those illegals are doing the jobs that you think you're too good for, while he sits in his fucking gamer chair with his fucking hat. Fucking. I mean, look, to be fair, I don't know if he's just doing the YouTube thing on the side, right? Like maybe he does have a job or something, right? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's a patron thing. I don't know.
Yeah, but like, well, I mean, but I just think it's kind of ironic that he's talking about like, oh, the illegals are doing the slave labor, right? Meanwhile, like he is literally, his job is literally, as he was memeing about like an hour ago, right? I sit and I analyze anime on the internet as my job, right? I think it's just very ironic.
Just meant piece of paper. What if the only reason they didn't have that piece of paper was because it was deliberately unattainable, but they had to?
Is it deliberately unobtainable though? Like
I have no idea about how. Well,
the problem is they have there is a process. The process takes a fucking long time. Yeah, that's true. And so, but there is a process, and you can go through the process, and you can legally immigrate to the Americas, right? You can do it. It is a thing. You don't just have to fucking hop over a fence, right? You could just actually try to immigrate properly, right? Like, I'm sorry. I understand, like, Mexico is apparently, like, a horrible place to live, according to this guy, to the point where, like, they need to fucking jump the border, and, or whatever. there's more nuance to this argument, is kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I think there's more nuance here, but of course he's not gonna, like, he will claim that he's nuanced, but he's not actually nuanced, because I don't actually think he understands the anti-illegal immigration argument at all. I don't get that from how he's talking about it. I think all he sees is, you know, pictures of brown people crying, and then he's like, oh no, fuck the borders, so bad, fuck the process, you shouldn't have to have papers.
Flee where they came from because risking getting put in a concentration camp is a better alternative to assured death.
It's yeah, living in Mexico, Ellie, is so bad. It's assured death.
I think it's more about Venezuela and whatnot, but regardless.
No, well, no, because, like, I mean, there's how many Venezuelans, like, no, he's talking about Mexicans. Come on, like, he's not talking about Venezuelans. That's like a minute amount of the people that are getting fucked, right? Like, it's the Mexicans crossing the border most of the time, just because that is the most closest country that can cross over the border, right? So, like, is he going to make the argument that Mexico is, like, such a fucking hellhole? Like, that, I don't know, man. That just seems kind of a little bit weird to you, right? It's a little bit weird to be like, yeah, Mexico is such a horrible country that, like, if you're born in Mexico, you're literally sentenced to death by being born in Mexico, right?
Anyway,
there's no way you can survive in Mexico at all. It's a terrible place.
In Naretsu, when is he going back to anime? Because it's
in like a second, I believe. In like a second, we're almost at the next section. So
that'd mean they probably shouldn't be put in concentration camps by a bunch of fat, bald, incompetent white dudes.
Again, the way he frames this issue is so fucked, because that's not what's fucking happening. Dumb fuck. It's not a concentration camp. You fucking retard. It's not. They're not fucking burning the Mexicans. All right. I know he wants that to be the case so that he can argue that Trump is a fascist or whatever, but that's not actually what's fucking happening. I'm sorry. Enforcing immigration law is not a fucking Nazism, right?
To wear masks giant racist pussies. That'd be weird. So let's talk about One Piece. Recently, the Trash Taste podcast.
Hey!
They're living
Hey! Look, it's exactly what I was talking about. It's
the first time I ever see this.
Yeah, anyway.
Had Hassan Piker on the show. He's a divisive political figure. Some people think he's a far-left psycho. Some people think he just has some basic common sense.
Well, yeah, I wonder what one you fucking believe, you piece of shit. Do you agree with shocking dogs? Do you like shocking your dogs, mate? Because I guarantee you, he's probably all on board with shocking the dogs. You know, you fucking electrocute that dog, bro.
I am unbiased, fair, and
no, you're fucking not. Don't fucking don't pretend. Like, look, I would respect this guy more if he just came out and just started sucking Hassan's dick, right? Because at least that's honest, right? At least that's fucking honest. Don't do this, like, mockery. Oh, I am so unbiased. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say, yeah, no, Hassan's a fuckwit. Hassan is an evil piece of shit. You can't watch that fucking clip where he shocks his dog and fucking be like, you know, oh, like, this guy wants to talk about fucking empathy, right? Like, oh, I'm so empathetic, right? You don't watch a fucking clip of Hassan literally electrocuting his dog on a live stream because it moved off a fucking mat and go like, you know, oh, this is not a big deal, you know, there's nothing. Now, I don't know if he's going to bring it up or not. He might not, because I don't know the timing of the video, right? Matches up with when that happened, or like the recording of the video matches up with when that happened. But again, like, Hassan is a guy who said that, you know, America deserved 9/11, right? Hassan is a fucking insane person, right? And so you don't get to play this whole, like, oh, I'm totally unbiased, you know, or whatever, when it comes to Hassan. I was like, no, he's a piece of shit. He's an actual piece of shit. So fuck you.
And or based. No comment. Now,
you see, look, he's doing it. He's doing the fucking thing. Where he's like, I'm not, you know, I'm gonna just fucking own it. Just fucking own it. Just own the fact that you want to wrap your lips around his cock. Like, just fucking own it, bro. Like, it's not, just fucking hell.
The Trash Taste guys, right? Sea-Dog, Joey, the Anime Man, and Giga are kind of the forerunners of what people call Anitube, which is kind of funny, because outside of the occasional Giga video, they mostly ignore anime and just fuck around while making millions of dollars a year.
All of New York's best pizzas. I've asked a bunch of New York...
Finally, something I can agree with this guy on. The content that these guys make is bad.
Yeah.
Finally.
Talkers that I know.
I've seen this guy. I mean, I YouTuber, you know, the algorithm sometimes tempts me enough to click one of this guy's videos. But you know, yeah, he's not.
I mean, I
not an
don't
anime.
like Connor because he pretends to be a normie when he's not. That's why I don't like Connor. He pretends to be a normie. It's very clear that he's not. Like, he knows more about Japanese culture and stuff, but then he'll go on the cast and he'll like start getting all like offended over like anime figurines and shit. Like, he hasn't done videos where he goes into like Japanese porn stores and shit, right? And like, oh wow, weird Japan, right? Like, it's like, nah, fuck off. Like, I mean, like, he does good charity work, and he's like, I don't think he's like a bad person, right? But his content is like, yeah, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, it was like one time he was in the Netherlands, so like, all right, how is this American guy go? Or I think he's American or maybe Canadian.
I think he's American. Is Connor Australian? I know Joey's Australian. I know that.
Anyway, this Anglo,
don't know about
this
Connor.
Anglo was in the Netherlands. So I was like, all right, how is this Anglo going to be in the Netherlands? And wasn't all that exciting in the end, but you know, that's how it is.
All right.
Getting crowded, bro. Can you believe me that this is actually a business day?
The American dream, except none of them are American or live in America. Joey's Australian and Connor and Gigak are from the UK, but just
the UK, British.
Like our politics, our boner for capitalism is global. Now let me tell you,
it's so fucking. Yeah, the problem with Trash Taste isn't that they're like, you know, fucking, you know, promoting people like Hassan who are like terrorist sympathizers or whatever. No, the real problem, Ali, is that they're capitalists, right? That's like the real problem.
No, they're boring. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's the real problem. Yeah. Fuck. But anyway.
A little secret. Unlike me, who is fair and unbiased, and in fact super based, when a content creator takes a political stance, they instantly lose a portion of their audience, which makes sense, right? If you say something like, Benjamin Netanyahu is a nationalist, ethnocentric war criminal guilty of conducting a genocide, some people are going to get mad and never watch one of your videos again, even though the man is specifically stoking anti-Semitic hate by conflating the government of a nation.
So, again, what does this have to do with politics and anime? And what does, like, again, and if you were going to actually be unbiased and fair about this, you would bring up that the same exact fucking thing happens if you are, like, anti-Palestinian, right? Like, if you express anti-Palestinian views, the exact same fucking thing is going to happen, right? Like, you're going to lose the portion of your fan base that is pro-Palestine, right? Like, that's just logical. So if he was actually going to be based, centrist, unbiased man, he wouldn't be presenting this issue as one-sidedly, right? He would be like, look, politics is divisive. If you show, you know, a support to one thing or another, you're going to lose, you know, you're going to make people mad no matter what you fucking say, right? Which is why, instead of doing what this guy is doing and being like a smug piece of shit and condescending, you should just be true to yourself, right? You should just be like, look, this is what I think. This is what I believe, right? If you don't like it, then you can fuck off, right? You should just be true to yourself. You know, admit that you want to suck Hassan's cock, right? Just you know, admit, well, you know, to be more fair, admit that you just agree with Hassan, right? You don't have to do that. Don't do this like pretend shit, right? Is my problem. Like, you should just fucking own it. Right? Just own the fucking shit. Be the whole bitch, right? Just be the whole bitch.
To all Jews, all of a sudden, people are going to call you anti-Semitic. It's...
See, Ellie, I know you're waiting for the anime to come back because you do not give a fuck
no,
about any of it.
I don't care at all.
Oh, man. Why so many creators tend to just publicly ignore anything controversial. It's business. They're here to make money. Don't tell you how much they...
Well, it's not just business. Like, I can agree that that's part of it, right? I can agree that that's part of it. Part of it is business, right? But the other part of it is we've gotten to such a point where political polarization is so extreme. Again, as I mentioned before, people are getting shot and killed over it. People are getting doxxed. People are getting like fucking their lives ruined for having opinions, and not even just on like the anti-Israel side. If this guy was actually fucking like, you know, intelligent, he would bring up the fact that, you know, there was that one case it was some university where someone was doing like anti-Israel shit or whatever, and then they got like, they were going to get fucking deported over it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would have been something that he could have like brought up, is like, yeah, like if you bring up shit, then that's bad. Or you could bring up like people that are anti-Palestine, you know, getting, you know, doxxed and fired and having like their shit like fucking vandalized, and, you know, the protests that happen on like college campuses where they're like, you know, spewing anti-Jew hate and whatnot, right? Like there's plenty of like, you know, the political polarization has become so extreme. It is actually a personal risk to fucking talk about this, even more so if you're like a public facing like content creator, you know, like, you know, it's very like, there's a reason like the, you know, TwitchCon was in the news because of like that chick that got assaulted. Like it would have been so easy for some guy to like assassinate someone at TwitchCon over politics if they wanted to, because the security is so bad, right? And I guarantee you that's going to happen at some point. Like I reckon it's going to happen. There is going to be, and I hate to say this, right, because it's bad, right? But I think there is going to be a mass, as the woke way of saying it, right? A mass casualty incident, right, at an anime convention within the next 5 years, right? I think it's going to happen. I think it's just going to happen, and it's going to happen because the polarization has gotten so bad. And so for him to kind of present this as like a one-sided thing, right? Like, oh, if you come out against the Israel, you're going to get fucking, oh, it's so bad. If you, oh yeah, it's like, no, dude, it's a two-way streak, and you're both just as fucking bad as each other. Fuck you.
Make, because you probably wouldn't support their Patreons anymore. They say things you like to hear because it makes you feel good and makes you come back so they can make more money, etc., etc. But the Trash Taste Boys made a mistake, because simply having someone like Hassan Piker on the show was political. And if that wasn't bad enough, they started talking about One Piece. Now, One Piece is more than just an anime. It's like a thing all on its own. There are people who don't watch anime, but they watch One Piece, or people who don't read comic books, but they read One Piece. It's surpassed its basic niche to become a literal phenomenon, but it causes a problem. For example, there's this funny thing that happens whenever one of our videos pops off. At first, the comments and like ratio are awesome, 99% upvotes. People are encouraging and nice and share awesome stories and anecdotes. But then people who don't know the channel start seeing the video.
I don't care about your stupid comments.
I know, right? Like, get to the fucking point. Get to the politics of One Piece, you fuckwit.
Are you going to talk about the protest thing in the Southeast Asia thing?
Yeah. What are we doing here, mate? What are we doing here, right? Like, I don't care about your comment section. Like, oh no, people that don't know my channel, people that are outside of my hug box, right? Oh, you know, he was talking about echo chambers like an hour ago. Like, oh yeah, people outside of my echo chamber find my videos and think I'm a fuckwit, right? Like me, right? You know? Like, come on.
No matter how biased and ultra-based I am, they, no cap, seem to think I'm some kind of far-left Antifa cuck.
But you are, though!
Don't get triggered, number two. He's doing the irony thing.
No, but that's what he, like, again, that is what his politics are. He should just fucking own it. Just fucking own it, dude. Like, just say, yeah, I fucking love Antifa. I fucking love terrorism. Terrorism is based, you know? I think all the fascists should be fucking executed. Like, I would have more respect for him if he just fucking owned it. But he's hiding the ladle. He's doing the exact fucking thing he's accusing the Trash Taste Boys of doing right now. He's doing it right fucking now. There's no self-awareness at all with this man. It's crazy.
It's weird. But that's what happens when something becomes popular. The wider the audience, the wider the diversity in worldviews and experiences there are. So naturally, as someone who reads books and does daily analysis of domestic and international politics does, Hassan starts talking about the themes of One Piece, and I'll let that play in a second. But for the uninitiated, One Piece is a series about pirates. You know, people who live outside of the law. Outlaws, you might call them if you're cheeky. So, if our heroes are outlaws, because I'm cheeky like that, then from their perspective, the villains must be the government, the police, the military? But that sounds political. And that doesn't even take into consideration other villains in the series, like other pirate crews who take over entire countries, which our outlaw heroes then liberate because the government has struck a deal with those pirates and made them warlords, which is... That's all too confusing. Let's just see what this leftist extremist has to say about it.
Oh, yeah. Love One Piece. And obsessed with everything.
Which is a very political anime, Connor.
It's okay. Well,
what aspect?
Oh my god. Every single arc quite literally details like leftist politics, which I think Oda is.
Yeah,
God,
I mean,
they're old.
there's not a way how to go about it.
Yeah, you can tell from the reactions of the trash taste people that they're just like, please shut the fuck up. Like, they're having the reaction that normal people have. They're just like, please shut the fuck up. I don't want to fucking hear about this shit. It's so fucking dumb, right? Because again, it's like, leftists, here's the problem, right? Leftists do not have a fucking monopoly on anti-authoritarian fucking storytelling, right? Like, you can say One Piece has, like, anti-authoritarian aspects to it, right? Like, there's arcs around that. You could also say that it has pro-monarchist aspects to it, because Luffy is always, you know, reinstating the monarchies and the queens of these islands, right? Like the original rulers of the islands before the fucking pirates took over, right? Right, Ellie, right? So he's pro-monarchist, right? He loves reinstating monarchies.
Or he's for devolved governments where, you know, the people who actually are the people native to the island are actually have self-governance or something.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, again, so like you can make the arguments about there is a political analysis you can do of One Piece. Where this becomes a problem is when you start saying it's leftist, right? When you start like attributing these labels to it, that's where the hiccup happens. Like, you can't fucking do that. Because you don't, again, leftists do not have a monopoly on being able to tell, you know, anti-authoritarian stories, right? You can have an anti-authoritarian story that's not leftist coded, right? I'm sorry.
100%. Oda is 100% a leftist, first of all.
Well, and again, Hassan is doing the thing. He's like, oh, Oda is definitely a leftist, right? You know, we're going to make fan fiction. We're going to make fan fiction about real people, Ali. We're going to make fan fiction about real life people.
That's called real person fiction.
Yeah, real person fiction. Yeah.
He has a Che Guevara photo in his studio.
Yeah, there's a Che Guevara photo in his studio, Ali. That means he's a total leftist. He completely agrees. He completely agrees with all of leftist ideology, Ali. It's not like Che Guevara's image was like put on like shirts and like posters and like big capitalismed, Ali, right?
Mm.
It's not like his image was like complete as total capitalismed and like spread and like remixed and put on all kinds of fucking shit, right? But no, because he has a Che Guevara fucking, you know, flat, you know, thing in his office. He's totally a leftist, right? Totally. He loves Che Guevara, right?
Let him cook.
So,
let him cook.
Alabaster, right?
Yeah.
Which is definitely political, but like not as aggressively, but it's about like resource deprivation, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But then Skypiea, which again, maybe a little bit too long as an arc, is quite literally about like, you know, indigenous populations being removed from their land and like violently trying to you know, find autonomy.
It is
they're uncomfortable.
Clip. It is a very funny.
Yeah, because they're uncomfortable because they know, that this is bad. This is gonna cause fucking drama, and it did. It caused like a massive fucking drama.
And emancipation through, you know, through violent means directly against like an enemy much more powerful than them.
Right.
That is like, you know, that's like a land back movement, which is inherently very political, very leftist.
Again, well, this is the problem, right? There's a difference between saying that it's political and saying that it's leftist, but these fucking dishonest leftist cunts, they use it interchangeably. Like when they say something is political, what they're saying is it's leftist. which is wrong. You shouldn't be using these words this way, right? Again, the leftists are always fucking dishonest. They always fucking twist the definitions of words and play these word games. It's frustrating. It's fucking annoying. But anyway.
I feel like I watched a different... I read a different...
Yeah, I know. I was trying to describe this to him. He's like, what are you talking about? It's
I was
about...
like, man, I saw funny gum man.
Yeah, first of all, Luffy is a terrorist.
Oh my god, it's so fucking bad. Oh man.
He is. I mean, he literally is. He is a freedom fighter in the most like honorable sense of the word.
Yeah.
He is quite literally fighting against an unjustifiable, corrupt military apparatus that is like holding the entire world hostage, the world government and the Navy. He's literally killing cops.
I think he might be right.
Again, this is our unbiased man here. Again, what about the alternative perspective? Why aren't we hearing like the fucking rightoid interpretation, right? Why don't we get like an actual nuanced perspective on the politics of One Piece, right? Because again, it's all about leftism. Everything has to be leftist, right? It's Gramscian bullshit, right? Like we have to subvert and we have to make everything political so that we can fucking weasel our dumb fuck ideology into literally every aspect of people's lives, right? That's what it is.
I haven't heard much interest in seeing, doing a political analysis on the right in this sense then, right? It's not if we're going to grant...
I think that's probably because most people, again, like, on the right side of things, they just fucking just find this shit insufferable, so they don't want to do it themselves, right? Like, I would be interested in it, though. I'd love to see, like, a right-wing analysis of something, like One Piece or whatever. Like, maybe we need to hit up Unknown Otaku and get him to do it.
I don't know.
Get Unknown to do it.
If I'm going to... I don't like it very much, that, but if I'm going to generalize, I don't see it as a hobby of the grand right to
I think it's because, like I mentioned Gramsci, right? It's because the right doesn't have this, like, underlying mind virus philosophy, right? Of needing to make everything, like, rightoid. Although, in saying that, it did happen recently with Halo, and it was fucking hilarious. So you wouldn't know about this. So the Trump administration, the official government, like, fucking Twitter, was tweeting out like Halo memes about ICE, like, comparing like the immigrants to the flood and shit.
That's just a racism.
In Halo. No, it was funny. No, you don't understand. Listen. Hear me out, right? So Halo was created by Christians. The creators of Halo were actually Christian. All of them are Christian.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
Halo is actually... Listen, Halo. Yeah, Halo has all of this biblical, references to it. So, like,
the arc and whatnot. It's
all. Listen. It's a right-wing piece of art. You fucking leftoids are not allowed to enjoy Halo anymore. You don't understand. Halo is it's a chud-coded, property now. Right?
I mean,
like, you're not, because there's a right wing interpretation of Halo, and look, even the Trump administration is using Halo. Like, look, why don't you have media literacy? Right? What are you, a dumb leftoid? Right? Like, don't you understand media literacy?
I haven't heard much grand left or otherwise political analysis on Halo in general, though.
No, too bad, Ellie. The Trump administration tweeted it.
I have heard that of the Tolkien of Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Years ago, I saw like a recorded lecture about how super Christian Lord of the Rings is. How basically all the characters are basically Christian archetypes and go through Christian redemption arcs and Christian
and all
analogs
that fun
of
stuff. Yeah.
And how the world is created, and how evil works, and how good works, and all that stuff is very Christian coded. So yeah, I mean, it does exist, but
you hear that, leftoids? You can't enjoy Tolkien now. You know, if you enjoy Tolkien, then you're just this cognitive dissonance. It's making fun of you, Ali. You don't understand.
Oh yeah, me super atheist, God is not real, I know it for a fact.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings is making fun of you. You can't enjoy it anymore. If you enjoy it, then you're
alright,
dumb.
sure. Let me now write a fan fiction about those elves get fucked by the orcs.
So like, again, but this is what I mean, right? This is the problem with this whole fucking thing. It's literally just fucking like leftist subversion bullshit. And as soon as it was so funny, the reason I love the Halo thing is because it was so fucking funny because you had all of these leftoids fucking bitching and complaining when rightoids were doing all of this shit with Halo, right? And I'm just sitting here like, well, I mean, you do this shit all the fucking time. You do this with literally every fucking piece of art. And now all of a sudden, when the toy is taken away from you, right? When the thing is like taken away from you because the chuds are like enjoying it, now you're fucking having a fucking hissy fit over it. And it's so fucking blatantly dishonest and fucking full of shit.
It's really, if you just, if you compare immigrants, right? People come in, apply to be whatever, nationalized, neutralized, whatever you call it. That's just, people going through the process. And if you compare people who go, all right, I like to immigrate, here's my paper. If you are comparing those to the flood, a virus that destroys all life, that's a racism.
Right. So, but this is what I mean. It's fucking, but it's funny. It's so funny. The leftists do the same thing. They do the same thing. Like, don't you know that the military and Fullmetal Alchemist is really bad, and so if you support the military, you're really bad, right? They do the same fucking thing, right? This is my point. It's so fucking funny.
You do have to say that the comparison between overreach of military in Fullmetal Alchemist is way more of a fitting analysis.
Well, no, you're not understanding what I'm saying, right? You're not understanding what I'm saying, right? Because what I'm saying is them looking at that and then saying, "Oh, if you support the military, you're a fascist just like them," is the same as the rightoids going, "Oh, if you support the immigrants, that means that you support the flood because of the racism," right? Like, it's the same thing. It is literally the same thing. You're both just as fucking bad as each other. You're both just as fucking bad as each other. But I find it hilarious when the tables get turned and the leftists have to deal with their own bullshit getting thrown back at them. Because quite frankly, they fucking deserve it.
I don't see...
No, you're not seeing it, Ali. You're not seeing it because you're not on Twitter. You're not seeing it because you're not on Twitter, so you don't get to, Ali, if you're gonna hide, no. If you're gonna hide behind I'm an ignorant little babu, I don't go on Twitter, I don't see any of this. No, I don't see any of this stuff. You've now foregone your right. You have foregone your right.
There are more definition of see than seeing it with my eyes. Naretsu, I don't see how comparing the flood to immigrants, people who immigrate, is a
specifically illegal immigrants. We should probably add that there. It's comparing illegal immigrants, not legal immigrants. Let's make sure we're not splitting hairs here.
But even then, people who are brought in as babies are illegal immigrants. Are they destroying the nation? This corrupting the nation?
Well, probably not. No, but again, I'm not talking about the content of the memes. I'm not whether or not they're racist or not. I'm talking about the reactions, right? These are two completely separate things. They're two completely separate things. You do agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's two completely. The intent is the same, right? the rightoids going, well, Halo is chud-coded now because the fucking flood is an allegory for the immigrants, right? As racist or not racist as you want to argue that is, right, is the same logic as, oh, Full Metal Alchemist is the same as Trump's America getting rid of the immigrants. They're the same point. They're both stupid, right? That's the point I'm trying to make. But you're trying to make it about whether or not, oh, the White House was being racist. And I'm saying, no. I'm talking about the fucking, intent and reaction behind these two philosophies. And I'm saying they're both the same, they're both silly, and the leftists need to fucking stop doing it because they're getting the same thing tossed back at them and having a hissy fit over it. Right? That's what I'm saying.
I don't feel that you can, if it's not a good faith thing to start with, I don't think it's...
Yeah, they're both not good faith things to start with.
Narsu, easy. I don't think if going from how the White House does it too, but if the White House doesn't do it in good faith, I don't see it's being, much value in discussing it.
So do you think this man is being good faith in his analysis?
I think he's super. I don't think he's stupid.
You're fucking insane. You're fucking insane, Ali.
I think he might believe it, but he's stupid.
He is not being good faith at all. Come on. He is trying to say that if you agree, he's trying to say that if you fucking watch Full Metal Alchemist and don't understand that fascism bad, right?
Yeah,
he's trying to make the point that you're a fucking fascist if you fucking like Full Metal Alchemist, but don't give a shit about and don't see the parallels between ICE and fucking.
No, he says that you're stupid if you don't see it.
Yeah, because again, it's not good faith. It's not good faith fucking analysis. It's not like taking into account what the actual text is saying. He's just trying to use it to get a political own on people he doesn't like. That's why it's bad faith. It's it's the same. It's the same as what's happening online with the shit, right? And again, I find it frustrating, Ali, because I have to keep making all of these concessions about the right side of things, and then when the left does bad things, you just fucking dodge, right?
I mean,
I'm going to be a little bit mean.
I think
I'm going to be a little bit mean, Ali. I'm going to be a little bit mean. I get to be mean in the final quarter of the stream.
I'm saying this guy is stupid. That's an
yeah.
I don't disagree.
All right. Okay. Fine. All right. That's good. That's good. All right. But I'm just saying,
I never claimed otherwise.
No. I'm just saying, right? I have to be like, oh, you're forcing you have to admit White House is being a racist, right? Out of me, right? Right? That's what it feels like you're trying to do, right? But then when this guy is clearly doing, the socialism fucking subversive bullshit, right? You're just like, oh, well, I don't know anything about that. I'm not gonna.
No, so that's you misunderstood.
It's just a valid interpretation, You
you said you went off of me saying the word "see" without, I don't see how.
Yeah, because when you say, Ali, 9 times out of 10, when you say you don't see something, you're talking about how you're not on Twitter and don't see stuff. So naturally, I'm gonna fucking assume that's what you're saying.
I tried to stop you, but you kept going.
No, but do you understand how that's what happens? Right? That you do that a lot? So I'm going to assume that you're doing it.
I promise not.
You understand? No, stop. No, do you understand that? Yes or no?
But then...
do you understand?
All right, let's play the video. We've been only this for far too long.
No. You have to understand that. You do understand that when you say, I don't see stuff, you usually say it in that context. I understand you weren't using it in that context now because you've explained it, but you do understand that 9 times out of 10 you do use it in that context, right?
Yeah, because...
Okay, all right.
I think we have spent too long on this. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's go back to shitting on this guy for being a dumb fuck.
I think One Piece might be political. Inherently political even. Maybe so political you'd have to be an absolutely mind-melted moron not to see it. One Piece is in fact so political the Straw Hat's Jolly Roger has been adopted as a symbol for youth revolts in multiple...
See, he does bring it up.
Hey. I mean, I saw something on the thumbnail with the flag.
Yeah. But the problem with this, right, is just because, like, look, people could be flying like the Full Metal Alchemist flag with the fucking like snake and the fucking whatever, right?
Mhm.
Does that make it like the actual work inherently like quote unquote political in that way, like pro-leftist, right? Because again, when he says political, right, he doesn't actually mean political. He means pro-leftist, right? That's what I've gathered from the video, right? Because every single interpretation has to be a pro-leftist interpretation of something, right?
And I think that's just the focus of the video. He's only interested in talking about the leftist.
Well, no, but that's bad faith to begin with, right? Like, again, that's a problem with the video, is that he's not actually being impartial, and he's not actually, like, everything is political, but if it's ever a right-wing political, then that's not actually political, that's just bad, right? It's just bad media. Right? Like, nothing can ever be, pro right wing or something, right? But again, like, and looping back to my actual point, right? Just because people are like flying the flag as a representation of the thing, I don't think that makes the thing, like, again, people appropriate symbols all the fucking time, right? For things, right? It doesn't mean that the Straw Hats are literally pro whatever protest this actually is, right?
No, and I guess this video educated me in a sense that I assume now that the interview with Hassan on Trash Taste is complete, and them talking about One Piece is completely unrelated to these protests using the flag, because he went just on a weird rant about what he saw in the arcs of One Piece. And not
the issue, Ellie, is the reason that these people, these like ideologue leftists do this is, again, it's a Gramscian type thing. It's we need to subvert the media so that it makes it appear that it all agrees with our politics to get more people to agree with our politics, right? Like, that's the actual end game. And whether or not that's deliberate on this guy's part or not is debatable. On Hassan's part, because Hassan is actually a political activist, I would say it is deliberate, and that is his intent. So, because I try to be good. I actually don't meme about that. I do try to like actually fucking give people benefit of the doubt, but it is really fucking hard when they're cunts like this guy is, and condescending, and irony poisoned, right? Becomes kind of hard to be, assume good faith in what they're trying to say.
By this point, I assume whenever he's talking about how he's so base and impartial, he's just being ironic because he's wearing the communist hat.
Yeah, but you have to agree that's bad. He shouldn't do that.
No, it's just annoying.
He shouldn't be doing that. It's bad. This is actually bad. Don't do that. But like, again, like, yeah, let's keep going.
Countries. Quote from The Guardian here. In Indonesia, it was hung outside homes, on motorbikes, cars, and trucks in a sign of discontent with the government that boiled over.
Gen Z.
Yeah, it was part of the thing that they are the Gen Z protests, and that became a kind of thing.
Yeah, because it was. If this is the again, well, which protest is this? Because he's referencing
it's a wider Southeast Asia protest wave, so it's kind of all the same. I guess
because there was like the Nepalese one that was like, I know it was like young people or something. I don't know.
Into deadly protests railing against lavish perks enjoyed by politicians. In Nepal, it was draped on the golden gates of the palace that houses parliament as young people toppled their government. In the Philippines, it was raised at rallies by protesters furious at alleged government corruption. The flag, showing a cartoon skull wearing a straw hat, taken from the hugely popular Japanese anime One Piece, has become a symbol of defiance and hope. It's also being used in Madagascar and right here in America. And the thing is, Hassan is just laying out.
Well, here's the thing. People appropriate symbols all the time, right? This isn't actually an analysis of the politics of One Piece. This is just saying people like the symbol, they view the symbol in a certain way, and then they fly the symbol at their protest. Like, this is very, like, here's, to use a fascist version of this, right? The Nazis appropriated the swastika from, but was it Hindu? It's like Hinduism and Buddhism, I believe, right? It's a symbol of like a certain thing, right? They appropriated that symbol and used it as the swastika for their Aryan fucking bullshit. Does that doesn't mean, right, that the original version of the symbol is now a fascist symbol, although Lefty Boy here probably couldn't tell the difference if you like showed him the two pictures because he's a retard. So again, people appropriate symbols all the time.
The swastika, the actual OG swastika, is in luck because the Nazis, angled it and put it backwards.
Yeah, so again, people appropriate symbols and change them all the time and like use them for other things all the time. That doesn't mean that One Piece as a work, right, is in support of those protests. Is the issue, right? And that's kind of where he's tripping up here. Because again, if you wanted to do like an actual political analysis of the politics of One Piece, I think that would be interesting, right? I think that would be something that would be of value.
Oh, he said just what Hassan said, and then that was kind of
but just saying like, oh, Hassan is like correct because because look at all these people using it as a political symbol, right? Like again, I remember when people were like using Harry Potter shit. Like you remember when like the left-wing protests were happening, like 2016, 20 whatever, and everyone's like flying like Harry Potter shit or Star Wars shit, right? They use like the symbol of the rebellion, right, from Star Wars as like a thing, right? It's like again, I think that the use of the symbol by political actors in real life should be detached from what is the text actually fucking saying, right? I don't think you should be making a point that One Piece is protesting or whatever because people in protests are using the symbol, right?
Yeah,
I think that's a silly argument.
For a while, I was kind of, Ukraine war, big deal over here. For a while, I was kind of just, following the war more closely. And then you see Naretsu, that random, brigades, wrong pronunciation, these army groups just take the symbol of corn, 40k, and just use it as their thing. Like,
I've seen some like pictures of people using anime patches and shit on their fucking both Russian and Ukrainian side, right? Like having anime shit.
But also just like corn, and it's probably safe to assume that this army army group isn't actually worshipping corn or really agrees with...
Listen, they want blood for the blood god, okay?
Yeah.
They're going in there to get those skulls for the skull throne.
Yeah,
okay?
I don't really think they are decapitating and hollowing out the bone from the skull, from the head to collect the skulls. I doubt that. But, they still used it because cool symbol, I guess.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about the One Piece thing. That's why you have to detach. Like, I think this is a weak argument, right? I think this is a weak argument to be like, oh yeah, One Piece is political because people fly the flag at the protests and that makes it political. It's like, no.
People identified some elements in One Piece, whether it's a story arc or a character or just the morals of a story in general.
Just the vibe.
The vibe. And they encapsulate the vibe in the symbol of the flag in this case. And then why are you following using this flag? Oh, because blah blah blah. Because it's about this moral thing, about this virtue thing, and that's why I'm flying this flag because of this virtue that is in this story. And they could have just any other story could have a similar or the same virtues or morals, and they could have picked that one. So it's not necessarily One Piece. One Piece was lucky,
we're almost there. We've got a few minutes left. Let's see how we.
Yeah. Out the bare minimum here off the top of his head. Meanwhile, the internet's most famous and beloved weebs are not only sitting, guffawing like a bunch of fucking morons, but look at this. I could just see Joey sweating dollars. He's so uncomfortable because of a base level literary analysis.
It's so fucking
My boy
he's
Hassan
uncomfortable.
was so based and smart,
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
it is very funny to see them sweat. I cannot lie.
It is. I will agree. It is funny to see them sweat, but like they're not sweating because of like, oh, Hassan is like being based or whatever. They're sweating because they know. Like Joey's been on the internet for a while. He fucking knows that this is gonna cause a shit show, right? Like they know it's gonna cause a fucking fiasco, and it did. I know you didn't see it because you're not on Twitter, really, but it did. It was a fucking shit show. It caused like a massive fucking drama. I think Connor had to like come out and be like, he tried to do like damage control and be like, oh, I didn't really know what Hassan's opinions were. I'm not actually friends with Hassan, even though he is, right? And like, you know, a bunch of other shit like that, right? Like basically just lying about it, right? Because what was happening was people were pointing out like Hassan is like pro-terrorism. He fucking loves the Houthi pirates. He like interviewed the Houthi. This was before like all the dog shocking shit, right? Like he said like the 9/11 stuff. He's like constantly going on about how bad America is. America's an evil country. All of this anti-American stuff. He's there's a lot of like bad opinions from Hassan that you can point to and be like, yeah, this guy's probably not the kind of guy you should like be endorsing, like he's got some pretty fucked opinions about things, and so yeah, it caused like a massive shitstorm. And I know that like I can mind read Joey based on his body language, right? And I know exactly what's going on in his head, and what's going on in his head is like, oh, I'm going to have to like stay off Twitter for the next 2 weeks, aren't I? Oh God, fuck. Oh fuck, please God. Shut the fuck up, please. I don't want to have to deal with this drama. This is so fucking annoying. Oh fuck, please God.
From the brief clip that I saw just here, right? I don't even think that what Hassan said about One Piece is that controversial. He was just being very
it's controversial again when you say it's leftist. If he had just said, "Oh yeah, no, like the themes of One Piece are political and it's anti-authoritarianism and all of that kind of stuff," I don't think there would still be people mad about it, but I think there'd be less people. It's the fact that they try to make it a leftist thing because it's almost like trophy grabbing, right? Like they want to grab these. They don't treat these anime like art. Right? They don't treat them like actual like artistic works. They treat them like tokens that they can put on the wall and say, "Hey, this anime agrees with my politics. It's based. I love it. It's cool." And to be fair, like remember with Stellar Blade, how you had all the people being like, "Oh, Stellar Blade is a return to form. It's totally based and all the sexy ladies." And all that stuff. That's the same kind of behavior, guys, right? That is the same kind of behavior. Regardless of how true it is, right? That's what people get mad about. They get mad about the trophy grabbing. They get mad about how annoying it is to constantly have people go, "Haha, didn't you know that thing you like is leftist? If you're not a leftist, you can't enjoy it, ha 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 ha." That's why people are so mad about this Hassan clip, Ali. It's not, again, the substance of the analysis I don't think is the problem. It's the implication of subversion that's the problem, right? And I think that's like the missing part here for you. Is you got to realize this. People like Hassan are not good faith actors. I'm sorry. You can't give good faith to the bad faith actor, right? You wouldn't give good faith to fucking the One Angry Gamer guy when he's going off about fucking trans flags ruining the fucking work, right? So you can't, with Hassan, you have to remember that he is a political activist who is trying to utilize his platform in anime to get more people to be leftist. That is his goal, right? He's trying to fucking push leftism, right? And so he's going to use One Piece as a leftist work to try and be like, hey, if you like One Piece, you should totally vote for Mandani or like whatever radical socialist fucking guy I want you to vote for because I'm, that's what Luffy would do, right, Ali? That's what
Himmel would
Luffy
do.
would vote for Mandani, right? Like, And again, that's all this is. That's all this is, right? And I think it's interesting how this guy in this video is, again, he ignores that element of it because it serves his own political agenda, right? Because I wouldn't be surprised if he agrees with Hassan wanting to make more people leftist and putting them in the re-education camps, which ironically enough is also a Hassan quote. Hassan also thinks that people that disagree with him should be put in the re-education camps. So, you know, it's kind of funny. It all loops around. But anyway.
Of fucking One Piece. Let me explain things very clearly for those in the back. Anime and manga are part of a counterculture. Not just globally, but specifically in Japan. Japan is a country with a rigid social structure based on hierarchy above anything else. Its work-life balance is fucked, and anyone who doesn't fit the mold gets ostracized. Things have changed there a little, but mangaka and anime nerds have been looked down on by the majority since the medium came about. It's an impractical financial and social risk to chase the dream of making a hit manga, so the people who do it are fucking weird. They understand oppression and repression. They have a different view on...
This feels like some noble savage shit. This feels like...
It's just struggling artist, right?
Well, no, because he's like, oh, listen, the otaku in Japan, they are like in this oppressive society, but they're fucking weird, just like me, and they totally agree with my politics because they're all the same, just like me. And I fucking, listen, like they understand how weird they are. Like this is a weird point, right? It's like this weird idealization. Like I hate to say it, but like, the mangakas are just like everyone else. They have their own opinions. It's actually ironic because a lot of mangaka, like they avoid paying taxes, and a lot of them get caught on tax evasion.
You could read
into that. Like, I'm not saying that makes them right wing or anything, but you could read into that as you will, right?
I have a completely a complete speculation of why this keeps happening.
I think you've talked about before. I'm only bringing it up because, again, like, I don't like this like fan fiction about real people shit, right? I don't like this like
there are indeed plenty of interviews. By the way, Naratsu, this week I got the book. The Otaku Database Animals.
Oh, nice.
My
Good.
collection is complete. I have Otaku Database Animals. I've got the Moe Manifesto. I got the Soul of Anime. Blah blah blah. Nice. A bunch of books.
Yeah. So again, it's I don't like this fan fiction about real people. Like, manga authors all have their own opinions on things. Some of them are. Some of them can be socialist, right? Some of them can be left-leaning. Some of them can be a bit more, on the pro, like, shit. Like, I mean, there's, I remember, like, when the director of, what was that anime? It was the one that was, like, the 40-year-old MMO girl, and she's, like, she was like a 40-year-old girl, like woman on an MMO or whatever, and then she like meets like a guy in the MMO because they're both playing like opposite genders. And they
of it, but I don't.
The director of that was like tweeting about like Jewish conspiracy.
Oh, that's
or something.
That was something like more than I remember.
Anti-woke shit being based. Like, come on, bro. You can't. I'm sorry, but you can't just be like, oh, the noble otaku, right?
Oh,
the noble otaku.
The offer of Gates. So.
Yeah. They're so noble, right? So yeah, that's why I describe it as like a noble savage view of otaku, right? Like, he's viewing them as these like, they're so leftist, they're so based. Oh, they all love fucking Pinochet or not Pinochet. That's the guy that tossed the commies out of helicopters. Kabara, whatever. Oh, they love Mao. It's like, fuck off. Come on.
Society than the little worker bees do. So they put it in their art. It's how they express that dissatisfaction with the generally corrupt status quo. This is how counterculture works. It's why it's called counterculture. It is counter to the accepted culture. And the illiterate babies crying about people analyzing the...
Again, he can't help himself. He can't help himself, right? He has to be condescending and a prick. And it's so funny because he is the one that's like the least educated in the whole fucking situation. He's done no research into any of this, right? Like, and it frustrates me because there is a discussion to be had about how like we've talked about before, right? About isekai and what isekai says about Japanese society, right? And why isekai has become so popular and why people want to kind of escape through isekai, right?
Yeah.
We've had those discussions on the cast, and it is an interesting subject to go into. But he's not doing that. He's just he's doing the most surface level basic bitch. Oh, all of this is just leftist. It's all leftist praxis. That's all it is. It's all leftism. And it's so dumb.
Primary sentiments in anime is just a start because they're bitching about punk and metal music too. They want to keep politics out of punk and metal, the genres that brought us early hits like Nazi punks fuck off and war pigs. What it seems like.
Well, it feels like this, you know, this, I've come to this realization now. This feels like this guy got called a faggot on Twitter by some chud. And now he's made like an entire 30-minute video arguing with like the one guy on Twitter that was mean to him.
It doesn't
That's
really
what it feels like.
feel much connected to One Piece or so you had this small conspiracy about these 3 videos about One Piece coming out at the same time. I don't really feel this one is about One Piece at all.
Yeah, it's him wanting to feel superior to people he thinks are below him.
Yeah,
like he wants to have an excuse to feel superior. Because, like, again, he keeps calling people illiterate babies, and he keeps being smarky and insulting.
If you don't agree with my interpretations, if you don't...
Yeah, he's being all ironic about everything.
Because, you know, the whole slipway thing with the trait destroying universe thing, right? I wasn't thinking about that when I played. Am I now? That's not a... That's a thought that I had when, oh wait, that's strange, and then I continued playing because I wanted to beat the game because I had one more mission in, even though I was very tired of the game and it's very finicky and everything has to be go correctly to win the game. I had just one mission left, so I finished it and then uninstalled it. It's not a great part of my gameplay experience, right? And I do feel he wants it to be more of an actual conscious thing rather than a kind of a background philosophizing for yourself kind of deal. You know, personal reflection on it thing. He feels like it's a one. He wants to
you
be
have
more
to always be politically. You have to always be politically activated, right? You have to always be thinking about like politics 24/7.
And we are going to talk about the grand politics in our Yugare show, Toe and Yugare.
yeah.
Because that's from.
But again, because it's interesting. Right? It's interesting to talk about. So that's what I mean. That's why I'm like, I don't want to toss the baby. Like, I'm not one of those people that wants to like just no politics in anything ever, because I do think that's dumb, right? And I think there's interesting things to talk about when we talk about the politics of the actual shows. But people like this guy don't actually want to talk about the actual politics of the shows. They just want to use the shows as propaganda. They just want to fucking push leftism through the shows. That's it. That's all it is. And it's frustrating. It's fucking frustrating. Like, because it turns people away. It makes it so that you can't have these actual discussions about stuff, right? Because it's so fucking bogged down in this leftist fucking bullshit. But anyhow, it's good to
is that people want the branding. They want to be a punk or a metalhead or a weeb on the outside, you know, to set up a brand, an image for themselves they can sell on TikTok or whatever. But they don't want the smoke for or don't agree with the largely leftist ideologies these works are predicated upon. AKA...
Again, I don't want to pause and unpause like in the last few minutes, but like, again, he's running under the assumption that all of these works are inherently leftist, right? Everything is inherently leftist. You can never have something that is not leftist in this guy's
famous
mind.
Slime, who I always accuse and deride as
dude, Slime is totally leftist, Ali. It's a leftist show. You don't understand.
Oh damn! My entire ideology Ruined.
Yeah.
I am fake. I'm a fake leftist, even though I always vote centrist.
You don't come off as centrist when you're talking on the show.
Nah, it's a centrist party, but progressive, so it's on the chart.
You're always defending the leftists. Okay, all right, I'll stop making. I'm just jesting. So no, it's good.
Hey, these people are stupid and shallow posers trying to.
See, again, it's like, well, here's my thing. I'm going to turn that back around at him. Like, I think he is stupid and shallow and a poser, right? Because he is using, again, it's not about the anime, it's about the leftism, right? Because you could make the argument, if he views all anime as inherently leftist, then the only reason that he's even watching or getting into anime is because he believes that. Because he believes that it's inherently leftist, which is just as posery, right? All these manga in his background, right? I always find it interesting how people like this like to present themselves, right? Where you have the bookshelves filled with all of these manga that he probably doesn't even actually read physically, right? He's got his guitars and his music, so he probably does music stuff, right? So, he's talking about metal and rock, so he's into music, right? Like, he wants to kind of, he frames his collection like this to give him an air of legitimacy, right? To say, I'm not a poser. Look at my big shelf of books, right? Happens a lot also, and it's not just with anime. Like, you'll see this with, like, lawyers, right? LawyerTube, right? Lawyers on YouTube will also do the same thing where they frame their
I was going to say
right?
that this is a kind of universal with any hobby or any interest.
It is. So if he's going to sit here and he's going to talk about, like, posers, right? Like, again, I can fling that accusation right back at him because he is only talking about this because of the leftism element, not because of the anime itself. Because if he was talking about the anime itself, he would have actually done a proper political analysis of the anime. Not, because, like, just saying that all anime is leftist is fucking lazy. Would you agree? Like, it's just lazy.
It is also not true.
It's fucking lazy.
It is, and
it's not true. Yeah, it's also not true. It's fucking lazy, right? So, fuck. All right, we're almost there.
Cash in on you. That isn't to say there aren't bad faith far-right individuals who make manga, punk music, or metal. There's plenty.
Wait a minute. God, this last part is so dense. There's so much to talk about. So, all anime, what I get from this is all anime and manga is inherently leftist, and anyone that tries to make far-right anime is inherently bad faith and evil and just grifting to get your money. Right?
I suppose. I don't care anymore, Naretsu. I want the video to end.
I want it to end too, but, like, I'm looking at Elliot, you fucking see what I'm seeing, right? You don't agree with this man, right? Come on. Come on. Like, that's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. Come on, man.
Plenty, kind of. Because if you're making nationalist punk music, it's not really punk. It sounds similar, but it's lacking the fundamental spirit of liberation and rebellion that these genres were based on. It's not rebellious in any way or cool to be far right, because being far right is fundamentally conformist.
This is fucking so stupid, because what the fuck happened he doesn't is he just going to ignore the Gamergate era where the establishment was progressive, right? Like, this is what I fucking hate about this, right? For the longest time, all of the universities were progressive. All of the establishments were progressive. All of the you had Democrats basically ruling the country in America for multiple years, right? Leading up to Trump winning against Hillary, right? You had Obama for multiple fucking years. You then had Biden come in, right? And Biden was in control for so long. The argument that, like, you can't be rebelling, like, against the left, right? Like, you can't rebel against the left because, like, the left is, like, always the goody good boys, right? The left can never be in control. The left has never had power, right? The left never has institutional power, ever, right? It's just ridiculous. Just fucking ridiculous, man.
Whether it's through race, social structures, military states, or belief structures. And yes, I am being hard on the trash taste guys specifically here, but it's just a symptom of a larger issue. They have the ears of millions of people, and hey, I don't know, maybe they're as stupid as this pod made them seem, but I kinda doubt it. Both Australia and the UK are pretty politically cooked, and it's not like Japan is
Do you even fucking know what's going on in Australia, you dumb fuck? Like, shut the fuck up. And yeah, but yeah, the UK is fucking cooked. But hang on, let me have a look. UK PM. What party is he from?
Labour. We could
Labour.
cut this short.
Oh, he's Labour. Labour is in control of the fucking So is it a primarily left-wing government right now in Britain?
The thing with this government, you're not going to like this, Niretsu, but
oh, come on, Ellie. You're not going to defend the left here, are you? You're not going to say it's the
I guess a little
fault.
bit, in the sense, well...
No!
I'm going to say that Labour is just sabotaging itself, because Brexit happened, and then UK economy became a lot less competitive, started to fall behind, because the UK economy started to fall behind, the Conservatives were voted out massively, then Labour came into control, and Labour decided to not fix any of the problems that were caused by Brexit, and are now still having the same problems.
So not to get bogged down in like deep fucking UK politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Labour is a left-wing party.
Yes.
Okay? I'm sorry, you can't run away from it, right? You can't run away from it. If he's saying the UK is cooked, the UK is not cooked because they have a fascist government.
No,
right?
Because they have a government that doesn't want to fix the problems because it's politically inconvenient.
Yeah, but they don't. But they're
so.
leftists. No, Ali. But again, let's not make excuses and mince words here, right? Let's not make excuses and mince words here. It's a left-wing government. They're an incompetent left-wing government, but they're a left-wing government, right? So again, you can't say that the UK is cooked because of the Conservatives. It's not the Conservatives' fault that Labour is incompetent and doesn't want to do anything.
No.
Who voted for Labour? Who voted for Labour? The people that voted for Labour were left-wing people. Usually, right? People can flip, right? But like, on the whole, left-wing people.
Two-party system. Thing.
I know it's not. Yeah. I know it's not a two-party system, but the people that vote for Labour are probably going to be left-leaning, right? Like, let's again. I'm not gonna let them get away with this, right? I'm not gonna let them get away with this because left-wing people always do this shit. They start saying, "Oh no, it's not our fault that Labour is being the party we voted for, right? Is being incompetent, right?
No,
it's not our fault that we voted for the incompetent left-wing party that's left-wing."
No, they voted the other incompetent party out because they wanted to fix the economy.
But you get where I'm coming from, right? You do get where I'm coming from, right? You can't fucking like push all of the problems of the world onto the right. It's not the fucking right's fault. The UK is implementing all of this fucking ID shit.
Oh,
right?
the ID is not a big deal. It's just they don't have the political.
Wait, you're pro the fucking ID shit? Are you serious?
Nertsu, what they want to implement in the UK is basically what I have already for the entire time, and it's a very
Wait, so you have to show your ID when you go onto DL site? Like, what the fuck are you talking?
No, I thought you were talking about that digital ID.
No, I'm talking about the digital ID shit where you fucking have to use your ID to use Discord.
No, not that. I just, I
was gonna say, Ellie, what the fuck? Are you that tired? Are you that fucking tired?
Nah, there are multiple ID things, and I thought we'll see.
Ellie's gotten so tired, he's completely forgotten his own political stance.
Although, if I'm going to get spicy in these last minutes, I'm not really that against age gating websites.
Oh because you want the world government fucking
No, I said this before,
everyone's...
right? Age gating adult websites or any other sites that's of that kind is not the problem.
You heard it here first, guys. Ellie wants you to be forced to end anonymity on the internet, right?
The problem is
forced to give your IDs to third parties that leak them to fucking other.
The problem
other places,
is, Nevetsu, is the way how you prove that you're of age, because the system that is in now is completely incompetent for it.
Well, like I said, you heard it here first, guys. Ellie is...
I'm not against age gating. I'm against this very stupid system.
Yeah, the problem is you need to be more like... It's pretty simple, Ellie. It's bad, okay? I'm sorry. It's not good. Don't devil's advocate that shit. It's fucking terrible. So anyway, let's cap.
Let's hope there's some
I'm gonna try not to get triggered.
And hope there's some 2 minutes of Patreon ads coming up.
Yeah, because he is so fucking dense in this last section of things that are just so dumb.
Faring any better. And let's be fair, these guys aren't obligated to take a stance, but playing dumb or being dumb isn't just cringe, it's embarrassing to the collective intelligence of their audience. Or it should be. I don't know. Tribalism is crazy. And I do personally think that it's the responsibility of people with a voice to educate themselves and use that voice for good and progress, but that is an opinion, you see, not an authoritarian mandate. I can't nor would control other people, but the fact of the matter is...
Oh, yeah.
I know you're going to say, get the camps or whatnot, and he wants the camps, but...
Yeah, no, look, I'm just saying, I think that if he had the power to, he would. That's all I'm saying.
That not only is most anime political, or at least messaging against the very evils we are witnessing at home and abroad, but the heroes of said anime are literal anti...
I know, it's so American. It's American centric. And again, who defines good and evil, right? He's running under this whole leftism is always good, rightism is always bad, right? Dichotomy. It's so infuriating.
Fascists. Dragon Ball, One Piece, Full Metal, Utena, Akame ga Kill, Kill la Kill, Gurren Lagann, Hellsing is literally about killing Nazis. God damn it, there is even a worker strike in Little Witch Academia, and there's a million more. Put them in the comments. It's unavoidable. Weebs, punks, and metalheads were raised to be anti-fascist because the content is inherently political and majority leftist. Because the people who made it are either marginalized or sympathetic to the marginalized. And let me be clear, I'm not saying everything needs to be politicized.
But that is what you're saying!
Nice, we're fine with the Banana show, right? That is
no, yeah, but that's so dumb though. Come on, Ellie. Come on,
no,
come on.
He's going to say that.
On.
He's going to.
But don't no, Ellie. Come on. Let's not be silly. Come on. He's been saying the whole fucking video that everything needs to be politicized. No, everything needs to be leftist. Sorry, he's not saying everything needs to be politicized. He's saying it all needs to be leftist. So come on.
Exhausting. Talk about a million different aspects of anything, but that's the fun part about being able to analyze and think critically. However, to straight up deny that there are politics at play in art is dumb, and the people who do that are dumb. They should be embarrassed, feel a little shame, and grow from that experience. But if that's too difficult, there are people out there who will hold your hand and baby you through it. I'm just not that guy. I think you're a fucking moron, but it's okay. It's okay to...
Well, I wish that he just had that fucking just honesty through the instead of doing the fucking sarcasm shit. Just call me a slur. Come on, just fucking call me a slur, you fucking cunt. See, I'll do it. I'll call you a fucking cunt because I think you're a fucking cunt, right? Just fucking just do it. Just fucking call me a slur. Call me a fucking fascist Nazi. Go on, just fucking do it. There you go. At least then we're all on the same level.
Be wrong. It's okay to get humbled, and it's mature to own it. You should, and you should grow from it. I've been there personally a million times. I have been wrong, and I will likely be wrong again. But
this entire fucking...
I'm not wrong about this. So I guess I need to wrap this up with an apology. I guess I'm not based like I promised I was. I'm sorry that I lied to you. I'll work on it, but I appreciate you sticking with me, and hopefully I just might see you next time. So until then,
well,
go read a
maybe
book
we'll
or
see.
something.
Maybe,
Better yet,
you know.
read a band book. Bye.
All right, there we go.
All
We're done.
right.
Thank fuck.
Oh, gosh.
Holy shit.
Language.
What a fucking, like... What a fucking terrible video. What a fucking terrible video. Just absolutely horrific.
Video made for people to yell at. Like, hey, this video is for you. I hate you.
Yeah. Rage bait the video, yeah. So, like, I mean, I've kind of, like, already gone through, like, my biggest problem. Like, my biggest problem is just, like, this complete lack of actual research or analysis, right? Because I hate how he's putting himself on a high horse. He's trying to present himself as the arbiter of truth, the great, you know, I am so smart, I am the big man, right? And then his, like, analysis just boils down to everything agrees with my politics. Fuck you. Right? Like, there's no fucking, like, actual intelligence there, right? Like,
There's
I'm
no
not crazy.
argument of there's just... I mean, for funsies, I said I am always right, but I wasn't expecting...
Yeah, we do that too. Yeah, we like, we'll, but it's very clear that we're joking. This guy's not fucking joking, and that's the problem, right? Like, it's very, very fucking just vapid and tripe shit. Where he's not making any, like, but it's like you said, he's not making any actual points at all. He's just saying, oh, everything's political, and that means everything agrees with
And we know, in the beginning, right, I said, oh, this might be a good way, or, you know, how to bring people with you, but nah, he was not interested in bringing people with him.
No, he the only thing he's interested in is shitting on the right-wing people. Like, that's all he cares about. Because he doesn't... I'm going to be, like, spicy, right? He doesn't view right-wingers as people. He doesn't view them as people. And that's why I believe that if he was in control, he'd just send everyone to the camps. You know, it's why these people are actually fucking dangerous, right? Like, I guarantee you this guy celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, right? And he is, like, totally on board with just putting bullets in people that he disagrees with. Because that's the, you know, that's what do you mean? They're a Nazi. They're a fascist. Of course we have to react violently to them, right? Like, I guarantee you that's what his position is. And then he will lie to your face and say that that's not what he thinks. And he'll do it in, like, a smug, condescending way, right? No, you're fine. Like, that's what frustrates me about these people, is they fucking... There's, like, no actual... Like, we can't have actual discussions about the politics of a show because people like this will just jump in and be like, well, yeah, you know, it's actually about fucking communism and leftism. You know, we can't have, like, an actual, you know, real talk about politics like we're probably going to when we talk about our Incest show in a minute. I need to get a drink, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, I already switched over because I was tired of the video. And then I can just exit out of here. Now, tiring video, done with it.
There we go. I'm back. Yeah, I know.
Sleepy.
Yeah, you didn't have a whole lot to say in that one because, yeah, he didn't talk about anime as much as...
No, he's just being boring and stupid. What am I going to say? He's stupid again? I don't...
Yeah, I feel you.
I don't have the temperament.
I have a lot more to say about the politics side of it because
I don't just have the temperament to rant for very long.
Well, I do, so I'm going...
Yeah.
And I'm opinionated on this shit because I think that the current, like, I think leftism, and I know I harp on the leftists a lot, right? But I do think that leftism has a lot to blame for the current state of how things are, in that it's now perfectly reasonable to, you know, be okay with political assassinations now. because leftists, right? It's crazy to me. And when you have this guy who just wants to like not even attempt to diffuse the situation, right? Like, I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a diffusing of the situation. We need to actually like try and fucking find some middle grounds here.
Build them
but
cities,
it's not gonna
and
happen.
everybody has homes, and then those
Yeah.
things. But anyway, enough of
you see, we need to do space colonization so everyone can have their own planet. You'll have the commie planet, you'll have the ANCAP planet, you'll have the rightoid fascist planet. You know, everyone can just be on their own little planet.
Anyway, enough of
great.
politics. Time for anime, which is not political
Yeah, anime.
at all.
It's completely devoid of politics, right? We'll talk about anime. What slider you got first for me?
I just picked.
Because you're not talking about a lot of anime.
No.
You've like
maybe
dropped
I
like
can,
90% of your anime.
Then I'll do the other one first, because
yeah, might as well get yours out the way.
So, my friend's sister is annoying. I did the whole game development thing. I said last time I believed that, you know, the arc was over and maybe now they could actually start having fun. The introduction arc was over. Now we can have fun. I didn't continue it, so that is gone. You didn't watch the vampire show, did you?
I did.
Oh.
I watched the vampire show. It was Alma, the robot one that I kind of dropped. Just to make it clear, it's not because I like think it's bad. Like, I think it's pretty good. Like, it's fine. It's just it just fell through the cracks, and I'm probably not gonna pick it up again at this point. If I do end up watching the episodes that I've downloaded, I will come back and talk about it. But like right now, I am I think it's safe to say it's
gone,
axed. It's gone. It's gone. All right. What
anyway,
else
Shumetsu touring after the apocalypse. I didn't continue it. The lore
gone.
Wasn't enough.
It's not political enough. It's
not
gone.
political enough. That leaves just like Isekai Quartet. Naruto, I kept watching.
Which it's not like you have a lot to say about anyway, because it's just going to be, oh, that was a funny joke.
It was a funny joke. Wiz was strung up at the ceiling, and she still continued being a teacher for the baking a thing, making a pasta thing, and then it turned out that the pasta was alive, but then they boiled it anyway, and then they made fancy pasta dishes, and then the pasta became zombie pasta, and the pasta dishes came to life, and then they had to kill the pasta, and anyway, enough of the childishness. No, fun characters interacting with each other and being funny because they are fun characters. That's it. Good show. How's your One Punch Man going?
It's animated.
Oh, that's a surprise.
No. Okay, so it's okay. Like I'm continuing it, but it's you know, it's one of those situations where it's just kind of mid, really. Like, the whole thing is it's mostly just setting up, like, oh, they're going to do the big invasion of the villain association and kill the monsters or whatever. And, you know, you have your funny jokes here and there with, you know, Saitama and whatnot. You know, like, they have, like, a hot pot and they're all, like, trying to eat the hot pot, and, like, there's all this kind of shit going on. And, you know, it's, you know, like I said, it's fine. You know, it's okay. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't have really that much to say about it. I'm going to keep watching it. I will say, like, the animation, as I've said before, like 2 weeks ago, like, it's okay. It's not great, but it's like, it's fine. Like, it's
Alright.
Anyway, I mean, it's going to be so. I might as well do Hero Arca as well, because, like, that's the same kind of vibe. Really, it's like, oh, we got the backstory of the main villain guy, and then he gets turned into a fetus and he dies. I'm making it sound more interesting than it was. And then it's just like, okay, yeah, big final fight. You know, oh, how am I going to defeat him? Oh, I need to use the power of one all for one, one for all, whatever, blah, 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 you know, so and so and so and so. That kind of thing. So, yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, it's it's all right. That's fine. Vampire show, I actually have stuff to talk about. So.
Oh, go ahead.
So did you continue watching it, or did you
No.
drop it? So I think it's cute. I think it's kind of cute. I think I mentioned like last episode, like my main like worry about the show is it going to get like stale, right? Is the jokes going to get kind of stale over time? And I'm happy to report that it kind of hasn't, because they've been introducing like new jokes to go alongside the main jokes. So you still have her tuning into a chibi and wanting to suck the blood, and you have like the little romance going on between her and the main guy, but then you have like the best friend girl, right?
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned the best best friend girl who's shown up, the library girl. Turns out, for no reason whatsoever, she is just like Saitama levels of strong.
Oh. All right.
So she just like so there's a gag where like they're looking at school clubs, and they go to like all the different school clubs, and they wind up at like the volleyball club, and they have a problem, Ellie. And the problem is that she gets so fired up playing volleyball that she hits the ball so hard that it crashes into the window and goes into outer space.
As it does.
and she keeps fucking up. And so they have like the vampire girl join the volleyball club temporarily to help like train, like sort it out so that she doesn't like destroy the fucking gym every time she like does stuff, right? And so what ends up kind of happening from there, right, is the ongoing gag with her is like she there's like a thing where she like jumps, and she like jumps through the roof because she's so strong. And goes into the stratosphere. And then they're in cooking class, and she's like, oh, I'll break the egg. And she like breaks the egg, and it fucking like turns into like, it gets eviscerated. Like not even explodes, it just turns into nothingness because she's that strong. She's like, where'd the egg go? So it's kind of funny. I kind of like her. So we're establishing like new characters coming in. They all have their own little quirks, and they're all like doing their own little, little thingy things, right? So yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on. Well, I'm keen to keep going on it for now. At least until it gets kind of more stale, if it does. It's cute. It's fine. It's okay. It's all right. It's cool.
Alright, that's all from this slide. That's quick.
Yeah.
This slide.
And I'm not like rushing through these because like I want to get done or anything. It's more just because like I don't really have a lot to say about.
No, like am I going? Do I have to elaborate on Isekai Quartet for some more or?
Yeah, so I guess I'll go with Digimon, right? So Digimon, it's all right. It's going okay. Like the guy is slowly starting to find like the found family type thing. He's getting comfortable with accepting these people, right? And, I have to like work together as a team, and teamwork type stuff, and typical kind of Digimon type themes, right? The last episode was kind of like there is a big girl. It's political, Ellie. Guess what? It's political. It's got politics. They're destroying all of the like neighboring areas to build a giant fucking resort, except for this one area that's being protected by a panda Digimon. But oh no, they've got the big bad capitalist man he's got a big digger Digimon guy that's a wrecking ball guy, and they're gonna destroy they're gonna destroy the little community, Ellie. It's political, it's leftist. So that was that was kind of the situation in Digimon right now. It's all right. So what about lesbian monster girl thing? How's that going? Is that doing a thing? Is that happening?
The drama is getting very drama-y for my tastes. So you see the mostly red-haired girl, right? Turns out she's like a fox yokai.
Oh, okay.
who also would want to eat the main character. But
yeah, they all want to eat. You know what I mean by eat, right? They want to eat the main, they want to eat.
But she, 500 years ago, she was sealed by a monk and then was rendered, neutered, and she became kind of a enshrined deity for a bit, and the family of main character was was on their way home and towards the city, so they through prayers to this yokai, now revered as a small-time god. And so this yokai was like, hey, I like you people. I like main character girl. And then on the day that the car crashed into the sea, they all died except her. They prayed to her for safe travels, and that just didn't happen, obviously. So this yokai feels kind of bad for failing as a god to protect them, and to make up for it, she has kind of resolved herself to be an actual guardian angel in this case for her. And our mermaid keeps being a non-human world monster, where she just continues going from, oh, hey, don't you want to eat her? Oh, you're just doing that for you eat her. Oh, yes, I see you want to eat her. Why did you do that? So you're a monster too, right? She's kind of annoying in that sense, and she's tried to create this conflict between the two of them by revealing that her friend is not human but a yokai and whatnot, and because of that, the main character had kind of a regret of the one regret she would have in life is that when she dies, her friend would be sad. But now that she realizes that her friend is a yokai who is in essence an immortal life, she is now okay with dying even more.
Okay. So this is all to kind of say that you're probably going to be dropping this.
Maybe I'll give it another episode, but and there's a whole bunch of other stuff. She tore 2 of her tails off, which is, a representation of her power to quell the beast that she is, so that she has less of a desire to eat her. And there's some added mystery that she wasn't always this tasty to monsters, only after the accident. And this kind of mystery as to why she suddenly became so tasty to monsters, or tasty smelling to monsters. Blah, 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 blah.
Right.
But, the drama on Naretsu, her best friend was a yokai all along who also wanted to eat her. But then she was also the god that promised that she would be safe, but then she wasn't. And now it's revealed.
Yeah, right.
And
you just don't give a shit.
It's all a bit much, Naretsu.
Right.
You could say that my life was I went to a job, and then the job went bankrupt. And then I went to the same job, and then 2 years later it went basically bankrupt again. Isn't that very much of a drama, Naretsu?
Yeah.
Although this was
no, I get you.
In the space of one event every 2 years instead of every day in this show.
Yeah, so we'll see if it survives next week.
Yeah,
is basically what we're getting at. So moving along. I guess I'll do the sports show, because the sports show was a 2-parter, which was good that we talked about.
Yeah, I'm still watching it too. So
yeah, we get introduced to Swimming Girl. I like Swimming Girl. I'm feeling best girl right now. I'm a Swimming Girl fan. I like Swimming Girl. Swimming Girl is pretty hot. So she's basically, I can't, I'm so stressed out by all the expectations everyone's putting on me, and that's why I'm losing races, because I can't concentrate. So our massage man he's gonna do his super special de-stress technique of rubbing her chest.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, I'm sure it's probably based on some actual massage technique stuff.
You know, I've
like I'm sure it is something like that that's actually real, but it is funny how it's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna grope you, and that's gonna de-stress.
There are there is some truth to the weird touch your feet and your back will be better.
Yeah, no, pressure points and that kind of shit is real. Like and like massage type, stuff where you like.
But not every single one of them. So this might not be one of them that is not necessarily true.
Well, who knows? I don't know. I'm not gonna say.
Because I know I tried this myself. That's why I know this one is true at least. That there you can, if you press your heels on the ground or on a step or something, it relaxes your back muscles a bit more. Because it's all like a one single line of muscles that go from the back of your legs to your back to your neck. So that kind of works. But I don't, how your head from your chest, that's a little bit of a longer, isn't a straight line.
Yeah. So, but to get back to the show though, so the general gist is, he does his big massage powers, she orgasms, right?
Yeah.
It seems. I mean, look, I can get how this would probably be a little bit, repetitive, right? But we did get introduction of a new character in the vice principal, and the vice principal is like, hey, I think what you're doing is just bullshit. You just want to touch all the girls. But, why don't you try it on me? So and so. If you cause any relationship love nonsense with these girls at the peak of their careers, I'm gonna fucking expel you. Basically, we have to introduce some kind of conflict, right? Because the conflict now is basically, I need to make sure these girls don't fucking try and fuck me. Right? No hanky-panky in this house, right? But the problem is going to be all the girls are falling in love with him, right? That's going to be the conflict I see happening, right? Because we already had our swimmer girl masturbating to him at the end of the episode, while she's like, so he's, I think there's going to be some problems. We're going to have some problems, I feel, in the next coming episodes.
I do have to do the ever so slightly correction. She dreamed about masturbating. The show wasn't.
Well,
kinda.
Well, I don't know. There's some
the minorest of difference to get buy some.
She's
sensors.
Having a wet dream, okay? She's having a wet dream.
At minimum.
So anyway, basically, so the show's pretty good. I would say, for a short, itchy show, I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun. I'm gonna keep watching it. It's pretty okay. It is fine, right?
It's, I mean, my thoughts, I guess. Yes, Swimmer Girl is cute. I kind of like Sucker Girl, the last arc, one episode, a little bit better. I don't know. She's more self-assured, I guess. I think
I'm more into the quiet, reserved types.
Yeah, I mean that's also
that's my bias. I like the quiet, reserved types.
They also are very high tier in many different shows and series. But in this specific case, I'm more partial to the soccer. But to finish my thought, Swimmer Girl anxiety relatable to any person alive. Yes, Vice President as a kind of an opposite antagonist to the what's the guy, the coach guy?
The coach. Well, there's the swim coach guy only really shows up.
Oh no, I meant the guy that's tasked the main protagonist of staying in the house, and otherwise he couldn't get the scholar. Is he the president or the?
I think he's the principal, and the chick that we were introduced to is the vice principal.
So the principal says you have to stay here and touch these girls, and the vice president goes.
Well, I think it's more you have to stay here and make sure these girls don't. They need to be in peak performance. That's your job. right? Do a peak performance, essentially, is what he's getting at. And then basically the vice principal has now added on the thing of no hanky panky.
But but the vice president says you're just touching them, you're not giving them massages, and the principal says, the vice says, basically, don't even try anything, you're just a fraud. And the principal goes, touch them a lot, get them in
just do whatever it takes. Yeah.
And so they're they're both say antagonists, as in they are stopping the main character of doing the story, but they are pushing them in from opposite directions. Like, yes, get them in contact, get to know them, stay in contact. Another one is stay away from them, basically.
Right.
Both at the same time.
So anywho, shall we do
your trash show
girl
or
I can do trash show. So trash show is basically, we had a loss, actually. The good guys lost, at least the one that was fighting in this one, because it was claw guy versus stick guy, and stick guy, even though he gives it his all, he gets stabbed, and then he starts hallucinating, and we get the backstory and all of that stuff, and then he's lost big time. Yeah, he's not dead, but he's lost, and I guess I better drag him to the trash beast, and I'll sacrifice him to the trash beast god or something. So he's probably going to get saved at some point, but basically, essentially what we've got here is it's typical shonen affair, really. We haven't really gone back to our conflict between our main guy and the main villain yet. That hasn't come back, which is a shame. But the guy's backstory was kind of interesting, because it's basically like he's like born into big royal family, he's the top of the class, big stuff. But this lower class girl gets in on merit, and she's like the real deal, and like in the presence of the real deal, all the fakes kind of fuck up, and all this kind of stuff. So typical kind of stuff. Typical kind of stuff. So it's pretty okay. So anyway, last boss, Overlord at home, pretty interesting.
I kind of felt for the initial meeting between, what was her name? Was her Libra,
yeah.
Libra,
because it's zodiac sign, so it's the Libra, yeah.
Well, I would say Libra, but
whatever. We know what you
language. I kind of felt for it, like, she really gave the impression of, the loyal automaton that was there for a billion years, and ever loyal, and unsure, but not trying to make risking it, and still fulfilling the duty, even though, etc., and even though the show did a good enough job of, even though the automaton is emotionless, there was still like enough small cues that the Libra was very grateful for her return.
Yeah, and so pretty much it's it's all right.
Also very funny with, hey, you adventure guys, you won.
Yeah, you won. Yeah, hey, we just mind control you so that you forget about us. And you guys did it.
I think you won.
Yeah,
it really forces. I'm more convinced that she is not a threat, but just very morally dubious more.
Yes. So. It's like I said, it's been pretty good. I've been enjoying it. It's kind of funny. So I guess time to talk about politics. I guess.
Our favorite show.
Time. Oh yeah. So when we last left off, we were in Mafia Town, and big mafia things are happening, and oh no, our boy gets shot. He gets big shot again. oh no, big standoff happens at the restaurant, and they all oh no, our boy gets shot. But luckily enough, they defeat the evil mafioso, and the two brother and sister. They make a deal, and one becomes the leader, and it's all fine. It's all okay. Big love prevails, right? Incestuous love prevails. And then we get into, so we're moving into our next arc, and they get driven by a very familiar looking guy, Ellie.
Yeah. The boat guy that became a member of the mafia henchman is now
now he's a driver. He does driving. He does big drives. Vroom vroom. He does the big vroom vroom, right?
And and the story then goes, they're heading to Sendai, and because they're going to Sendai anyway, they go into a hot spring, and at the hot spring they meet a quarreling couple. And
yeah, they're having a bit of a beef, and big things happen. And I think that the best way to kind of describe what's going on here is we kind of move into big romance arc time.
Yeah,
essentially the last like half of that episode plus the entire, almost like basically over the last like half of each of the last 2 episodes has been hot spring romance time. Big we're gonna go on a date. We're gonna do big romance. The artist girl is jealous, and she's like, I know, I want to Elsa. Big, I'm going to do it. Big. Oh no. So kind of, yeah. Pretty much.
Just some lore details, Jimitsu. I did find it very funny when, hey, here's a map, but it's only Toku, so like the top half of the mainland Japan. And then, alright, hey, here's a map of the whole of Japan. Hey, there's a hole in Japan.
Yeah. Like half the entire like southern half of Japan is like eviscerated.
Just from apparently just everything west of Tokyo till like when the Kyushu island begins is completely gone. So Nagasaki is there, yes, but half of Japan is gone in a huge blast in the AI war.
Yeah, big. Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting.
We do have to mention that we're getting flashbacks to our girl in the past.
Yeah,
making robots and talking to AI, her AI.
Yeah. Love doesn't need corporeal body stuff. Yeah, big. Yeah.
And we can kind of skip the side. We can skip the side episode of the quarreling couple because it's got resolved in the same episode with Mike.
Yeah, it's kind of and they kind of drop it really quick. Again, I think because they know that they don't have that much time, right? Like they've only got we're on episode 6 now, right? So like
we
only got
5, 6,
half a season left. We got like half a season left basically. So
although the scientists,
I feel like they kind of like glossed that a bit.
Although the scientist
and we're introduced to our new party member. Yeah, we should talk about him. So, scientist man, right? He shows up, and he is kind of, he's kind of cool.
He is info that our android doesn't tell.
Yeah. He's an interesting fella. He's a bit of a woman's man. He's a ladies' man. He's wooing all the women, right? Because they basically, they travel to a new city that's kind of like the big light.
It is Sendai. Right? It is Sendai, but ruined.
Yeah. But it is the big library city, and he basically he's wooing the librarian to be like, oh yeah, we want to see the forbidden books or whatever, and he nicks the key. He's also very interested in our boy's watch for some reason. Very,
probably because it's from the past and has the AI data. Maybe he wants to make AI again or something.
Yeah, maybe he's got some ulterior motives. Maybe he's not.
Neretsu, because of this new episode, I decided to look at the OP again. And the OP roughly follows the events, the sequence of events of the show thus far. Like you see here's the first, tribal village we kind of see, and then we see the mafia town. After that, it's the librarian, so we're on track, and the onsen thing. But then we get to a train, and they talk about getting a train to Tokyo, so we're going to get the train to Tokyo. But after that, there's a fight scene with the other androids of the Outside series and whatnot. And a little bit after we arrive in Tokyo, we have a fight scene. We see the scientist guy looking a bit menacingly. We see a bunch of presumably other androids that were instrumental of ending the AI war and saving humanity. But also a shadow figure under Matrix green text.
Yeah.
So that is probably the evil AI that was doing the whole destroying thing. So we're going to meet all of the other androids very soon. And probably in the last 3 episodes or so. And Naretsu, just for future spoilers, there's this one scene where one hand grabs another. And one hand is kind of encased, or has kind of a glove on. And it might be our brother and sister reuniting.
Oh boy.
And that our sister, who is very now hinted to be still alive in some way, is in some super advanced stasis suit, maybe machine robots thing. Anyway, that's like last episode or something, I feel.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, we'll see how it plays out. It's been interesting. It's been a good one.
Yeah.
So, what else? Is there anything else we've got that we haven't talked about?
No, because I dropped all shows.
Because you dropped 90% of your shows. All right. Well, anyway, that was a very political show. And look, Ali, I only screamed at you once. It was great. I only tried to kill you once. We actually managed to get through it. So yeah, we'll be back next time. We'll see. There's been some videos popping on the radar. Good look at.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out.
Did I say that we were back next week normal time? Did I?
I think so.
Yeah.
We might be back next week normal time. Yeah.
Maybe some people
we'll
will
see
show
how it goes.
up.
Maybe some here, yeah. Maybe some here, yeah. Very rare that we have a show where no one shows up. Very, very interesting. I guess people don't want the politics.
I guess let's do Isekai next time. It's always popular.
Yeah, we'll do Isekai. Yeah, we'll Isekai, and we get 10,000. But anyway, all right. Well, we'll catch you guys next time.
Later.
Bye.